Go for a hike in the woods, preferably off-trail to make the trip even more stimulating for your brain. Nature walks can also reduce stress. Try brushing your teeth with the opposite hand of what you would normally use. If it's too easy, you can also balance on one leg at the same time. When you break even the simple routines, you can challenge your brain to strengthen underused nerve cells.
As the world entered an unprecedented crisis, chess24 quickly created the first of its kind online chess tour. Working from Monday to Monday, we brought together the best players in the world. For the largest online prize fund ever, broadcast live in 10 languages, the tour innovated and filled the void created by the lack of in-person play, reaching more people worldwide than any chess event, live or online, ever. As the first season approaches its conclusion, we want to thank you for supporting chess24 by going premium. Whether because you want to improve your chess by perusing our vast library of content available only to premium members, or just to say thank you for all the fun we've had. We appreciate the support as we strive to entertain chess fans around the globe and expand the reach of the royal game.
Try to read upside down, for example in a newspaper or an email. This challenges your brain to increase its elasticity, that is, the ability to learn.
I think that these days, everybody should play h4, g4, rook g1 in the opening. Otherwise, you are not taken seriously.
You're not trendy, right?
You have to do something like that. Otherwise,
Gary, I was telling before that when I was doing these kind of thing, playing g4, h4, and these kind of moves, people looked at me very strangely.
Yeah.
And nowadays,
now it's a fashion. Okay, you were ahead of your time.
Hello and welcome back to Chess24. Today is go big or go home day for either Anish Giri or Jan Nepomniachtchi as they play their final deciding match to book their spot into the final and face Magnus Carlsen there. What a day two we had. Anish Giri had to win the match on demand to get here, and he delivered. Magnus Carlsen put Peter Swidler through a blast furnace and wrapped up the match in 3 games. No difficulties there for the world champion. But of course, all the excitement was provided by the match of Anish Giri versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan drew first blood in game 2, took the match lead. And I think few of us at that point believed that Anish would be able to come back in the match, but come back he did, immediately striking back in game 3. Game 4 ended in a draw, went into the Blitz. In Blitz, again, Jan was the first player to score, which meant Anish again had to win on demand to level the score. Exactly what he did. He blasted a novelty, Jan could not handle it, and Anish leveled the Blitz. That took us to Armageddon, which meant Jan had the choice to choose white or black because he had finished ahead in the preliminaries. Jan picked white, which meant that he had to win. A draw would mean that Anish goes through. And before we go forward with everything else, just in case you missed it, let's take a look at what happened in the Armageddon. It was a very, very exciting, very thrilling Armageddon match. And till the very last minute, it could have gone either ways. I'm just going to try and pull that up. I do not have the control, so perhaps I'm going to fix that. Just give me a second. Yes. Struggling with this. Just one second. All right, here we have it. So this was the Armageddon match, and Jan started with white. It was Anish needed a draw. He opened with the Berlin. Jan replied with the anti-Berlin. Both players played extremely well, keeping the time, the clock situation in hand, the position pretty much in control. But this was a moment when things started to get exciting. And here Anish went queen d4, a nice centralizing move, and Jan replied with bishop f5. So if you take a look at this position, the pawn on d5 gives white additional space and also makes a weakness of the c7 pawn. But because there are a few pieces on the board and because of that, things are under control for black. Nothing has gone wrong. Here, Jan played rook c3, not only defending the c2 pawn, but also putting pressure on the c7 pawn. Yes, the d5 pawn gives white additional space, but it can also be attacked because it's not that easy to defend it. After rook c3, you don't have a move like c4. Jan went for bishop e4, attacking d5, the only way to defend it, bishop c4. And here, I think Anish played a very clever idea and a really nice one as well. He went for queen d7, improving the position of his queen, but also eyeing to get the queen into play. After queen d7, bishop b3, a nice move to continue putting pressure on the c7 pawn. Anish, not backing down, went for queen f5. And this is when things started getting really murky. And by murky, I mean really fun for all of us. Jan accepted the sacrifice on c7, taking knight c7. Anish wanted to build an initiative and create lots of tricks on the king side, which is what he did with his next move, queen g5. Not only threatening mate on g2, but a clever little idea of queen c1 and picking up the b2 pawn. The only way to counter both these threats was rook g3. And I think Jan had perhaps seen that rook g3 defends g2 as well as the b2 pawn. But what happened ahead was almost like a cat and mouse race. Each of them saw one thing but missed another. There was an attack and then a counter-attack. After this, queen c1 check followed, the king moved, and Anish pinned the rook on g3. It's a very clever idea because you're attacking the knight on c7, but you're also threatening knight h5, taking advantage of this pin. But with the queen on f4, you kind of create a counter pin along the e file. Jan, taking advantage of the fact that the e4 bishop is pinned, played a really nice idea and made a really interesting maneuver with the knight, bringing it back into the game. Anish played knight h5, and now knight c3, putting pressure on the f5 bishop. Here, black can't take the rook already because after knight g3, you just pick up the knight, attacking the queen. Next move, you pick up the bishop, and it's game over. So could not take on g3. So after knight h5, knight c3, the correct way to play here was rook c3. And everything is really under control. White can take the rook with the queen or the pawn. It works out either way. And I think this is perhaps what Anish missed in this line, that after queen c3, he has a really quiet but a very strong queen f2. Not picking up the rook directly, but playing queen f2, putting pressure on g2. The rook just doesn't have a good square, defending itself as well as the g2 pawn. A move like rook g4 runs into knight f6. You've got to go back to g3 defending the g2 mate, and knight h5 would just repeat the position. And let's remember that Anish just needed a draw. And of course, if you take with the pawn on c3, black simply plays f5 first, defending the bishop on e4. The rook on g3 is not going anywhere. And after queen e3 does not trade off, this is a very good position, even though black ends up a pawn less in the position, but his activity of the pieces as well as white's horrendous pawn structure gives him more than enough play. Rook c3 would have been the best choice, keeping it under control for Anish, but I have a feeling that he missed his resource of playing queen f2 after queen c3. Instead, here he went for f5, and Jan had a very tricky idea here. Knight e2 actually gives the advantage to white in this position, attacking the queen and suddenly getting out of this pin. Anish played the only move keeping him in the game, queen h4, and now rook g6 or rook c3 would have kept the advantage for white, and almost a winning advantage. Instead, Jan got a little greedy and went for a line that was super tempting because it looks like it's just game over instantly. The point is that he takes advantage of this pin, and knight g3 is met by knight g3, after which knight g3 happened in the game. And I think Jan probably missed a really nice idea, which Anish found, and literally in minutes, maybe a minute and a half on his clock. And this was just incredible play by Anish. This is the point that Jan missed in his entire plan, that black just goes queen f4. And after you grab the bishop on e4, the very, very strong h5, and there's no escaping from losing the knight on the next move with h4 to this pin. After queen d3, h4. Anish went on to pick up the knight, ended up an extra exchange, and flawlessly converted that into a win. And that left Jan absolutely fuming because it meant Anish is back in business. And what do we get in return is going to be a thrilling decider set between these two players today. The winner gets to play Magnus Carlsen, gets to have a shot at qualifying for the finals. Just a reminder about that. The grand final takes place on 9th of August. It is the final event of the entire Magnus Carlsen chess tour. The 3 spots that have already been booked are by Magnus Carlsen. He won the Invitational. Daniel Dubov, he won the Rapid, the Linderus Abbey Rapid, and Hikaru Nakamura, who has the highest cumulative score so far in the tour. And the 4th spot is going to be either the winner of the finals, but if the winner of the finals of the Legends of Chess is Magnus Carlsen, then Ding Liren will get that 4th spot. Of course, the format today remains the same. Both these players are going to be playing 4 rapid games against each other, a mini match of 4 rapid games, 15 minutes plus 10 seconds increment. And after that, if there's a tie, we're going to see a blitz. And then perhaps if that's a tie as well, we will get an Armageddon. Either ways, we will have our second finalist at the end of today. Of course, that was crazy action over the board yesterday, but also the commentary was just fascinating. It was we had Judith, we had Gary Kasparov and Jan just showing us incredible chess and some incredible insights. In case you missed that, I cannot recommend enough to go back and watch the commentary of yesterday with Gary Kasparov. Just absolutely amazing to see Judith and Gary together. Also, you could probably have a look at the chess24 article written by Colin. I think he just writes the most brilliant summaries of everything that happens. So in case you don't have time, definitely check out those articles. Shout out to Colin for just being amazing with that. And of course, you all have been amazing by staying connected with the Legends of Chess, with your insights and your comments and your feedback. And that's been a big part of this show. And we really appreciate all that you have to say. So without further delay, let's take a look at the conversations that caught our eye on Twitter. And of course, it had to be Hikaru Nakamura. He said, congrats to Anish for clawing his way back into the match versus Jan. Looking forward to the tiebreak match tomorrow. Also, good luck with your YouTube channel, Anish. We should play four-player chess sometime. Wow. Okay, so... And then we had Anish replying back to Hikaru saying he said yes. It's making me think that now that there's a little bit of a rift between Magnus and Anish and those waters are a little troubled, is this the beginning of a beautiful new friendship in the chess world, Anish Giri and Hikaru Nakamura? Of course, Hikaru, absolutely agree. What a thrilling semi-final day 2 that was, and brilliant play by Anish to come back in the match. And yes, good luck to both these players. I think both these players have shown excellent form in this event. It's really hard to say who deserves the final spot more. Either ways, we are guaranteed a thrilling final. All right, let's move on to the next one. We had Tarya writing in that one important point here is that Carlsen is still only 29 years old and hasn't yet gotten the chance to compete with the younger generation the same way Kasparov did. So this was in response to Gary's view that perhaps Magnus has not faced the same level of challenges and competition as he faced in the 90s with Shirov, with Ivanchuk, with Vladimir Kramnik, Vishwanathan Anand. And while he was the world champion, and even after the 2000s, when he was facing this generation of players, it was immense competition. And according to Gary, he said that perhaps Magnus hasn't done that yet. And this was in response to the question of the comparison between these two legends, Magnus Carlsen and Gary Kasparov. Tara, you're absolutely right. And I think this is something that Gary also pointed out, that in terms of longevity and the competition that he's yet to face, I think we'll be able to answer that question in another 10 years' time. And it's my view on this is that I think players like Fabiano Caruana and players like Ding Liren, Anish Giri, all Levon Aronian, these are some of the greatest players of all times as well. So interesting insights by Gary Kasparov, and tell us what your viewpoints on that are. Let's move on to the next one. We also had Ivan writing in with very true, Gary's right, Magnus faces higher level of competition. So this is the other side of the argument where Ivan says that, yeah, he did not face the same level. He actually faced stronger competition. I think chess has definitely, it's just become more and more tough. And with computers coming in, with the level of precision and accuracy and defensive resources, I think Gary's point of view was very fascinating, and that's one way to look at it. But I think the counter side of it is also a very strong argument that chess has actually gotten incredibly, incredibly difficult. And undoubtedly, the legends of the 80s and the 90s, I mean, that was an amazing era for chess as well. But I think what Magnus Carlsen faces today is no less. All right, let's move on. Mr. Dodgy wrote into us and he said, comparing generation is amazingly boring, but Kasparov is 57, Kramnik is 45. Oh, wow. That's a fun little fact. So that's a 12-year difference exactly between these two. When Kasparov became world champion in 1985 and went on to lose the crown in 2002, Vladimir Kramnik, 12 years younger to him. Magnus Carlsen is 29, Firouzja is 17, another 12-year difference. Coincidence or destiny? Time will tell. Let's move on. We had Fress writing in with a picture is worth 1,000 words. Yeah, that's fascinating. Okay, so you look at the photograph and this is from the match, the first day match between the first day of the semifinals between Magnus and Peter, where we were all left awestruck by Magnus's decision to go G5. And it was, I think, an incredible moment. Despite the move itself being incorrect as shown by engines, it was just an amazing decision taken by the world champion. And if you look at the photograph, Peter Swidler's reaction, he's like, what just happened? And Fress is also in absolute disbelief. The only guy looking chilled there, playing a move like G5. Magnus Carlsen, just relaxing on his chair there, casually. That's just the world champion. That's just how he does it. All right, what else we have? Tarje telling us that Carlsen, the final after winning 11 matches in a row. This is what Carlsen said to the Norwegian television after his match yesterday. Just give me a second. Right, I am super pleased with the outcome, but I have a lot to work on in my play. I'm especially dissatisfied with making a mistake I shouldn't be doing in the second game. Magnus just being Magnus. I mean, 100% score, but still looking to improve his game, aiming for improvement, something that Kasparov mentioned as well, which is what is the most important thing, to keep yourself at the top, to constantly feel that you have more to do over the chessboard. All right, let's move on. And we had David saying, fair assessment. I always say that the only thing missing in Magnus's career is an epic rivalry. Yeah, I think, David, the question of epic rivalry is of course, something that we've seen in the past, whether it was Fischer-Spassky, Korchnoi-Karpov, moving on to Karpov-Kasparov, Kasparov-Kramnik, all the world championships that we've had. Every time has had its one big rival for the world championship. And sometimes it does feel, is Magnus really just so far ahead that we're lacking this epic rivalry? Or are we going to find that in maybe the next generation with the likes of Firouzja coming in? Or perhaps an Anish Giri or a Fabiano Caruana, who are truly some of the best players in the world. It does feel like it's not the same as it was before, but I still think that today's generation is a very, very tough fight for Magnus as well. He's just bloody good. All right, let's go on to the last one because we are going to have liftoff soon. This was an amazing video that I saw on Twitter today, and it was by Jürgen. Thank you, Jürgen, for putting this up. Live footage from '94 during the game of Karpov versus Topalov. It's called Karpov's Immortal. Take a look at this. And don't miss Kramnik at the back. All right. That was Vladimir Kramnik walking around, and there we see a very, very serious Anatoly Karpov in his match against Veselin Toplov. And some big news for all of you. Indeed, the 12th world champion, Karpov, will be joining our commentary today and analyzing with us. So a great day to hang out for some chess. With that, I also see that we do have Jan and Judith with us. Let's get them on the show. Welcome, Jan. Welcome, Judith.
Hi, Tanya. Hi, Judith.
Hi, Jan. Hi, Tanya. Hi for all the audience we have. Very exciting day to come.
Very, very exciting, Judith. And we were just talking about epic rivalries in chess. Well, today is all about booking that spot in the finals to challenge Magnus Carlsen. What rivalry are we going to see in the finals of the Legends of Chess? Predictions.
Ooh, it's a tough prediction. I think it depends a lot how Ian handled the loss of yesterday, because the last two games were quite rough for him. As in game 4, Anish just went all the way. It was a crushing opening, like he was fighting devil there. And then in the Armageddon, I think looking back the game while you were showing it just minutes ago, I realized that actually Anish played an incredible maneuvering, and he was brave. He was forcing Ian to go from bishop to f1 to b3, which was completely wrong in some ways. And so Anish can create a lot of opportunities for himself. But I think, I don't know who to bet on. Maybe on the way I will make my bet on any of the guys. But I think in both cases, either will win and be the challenger of Magnus. Magnus can have a hard time.
Yeah, I thought Jan would be a small favorite going into the match, but he must be so upset after yesterday and how it went. And I have a feeling he could be steaming a little bit. I'm not sure how good he is recovering overnight from these things. Well, Anish now psychologically should have the upper hand. So I would guess Anish has a fair shot.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right that whether it's Jan or Anish, we are going to be having an epic final. And talking about finals, we do have a guest with us, Jan, on the show. We are being joined by world champion Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, welcome.
Thank you.
Hi, nice to see you here.
Yeah, nice to see you.
Just in time, Magnus, because the games haven't started yet. We've asked you this question before, and you've always taken the side that's already on the lead in the match. So this is a great time to get your prediction. Who do you think you're going to face in the finals?
It's very, very tough. I think it's gonna be a pretty even matchup. I feel that in this tournament, Jan has been playing somewhat better chess, but Anish showed a lot of mental resilience yesterday, which was quite impressive. I would say that if you force me to choose, I would say Jan is a slight favorite, but I wouldn't be very confident of making that pick.
Yesterday, Magnus, Anish made an epic comeback, and it was a tremendous fight. Were you expecting the match to go that way at all, especially with Jan winning the second game?
No, when he won the second game, I expected the match definitely to be over in 2, but things don't always turn out the way you expect.
All right, we do have liftoff, so I'm going to leave you guys to take us through the games, and I'll join you shortly after.
Wow, what an opening. Knight f3, d5, d4, bishop f5. Jan does this sometimes when he doesn't feel like playing one of these anti-Grunfelds. That's his point, no?
Oh yeah, I think at a certain point this was his main like anti-Grunfeld repertoire.
Okay.
So there's nothing particularly new there. And the old way of playing this instead of knight c6 was with c6, which people like Shirov and Morozovic used to play a lot, but in general in those lines, it's just a very good London system for or reverse London for white. So I think eventually people stepped away from this, especially when computers became more prevalent, because the evaluations are usually a bit ugly for black there. But knight c6 is definitely more interesting. So you got instead of a reversed London, you got a reversed Jubava Trent instead.
That's what it's called. The very soft. Yuri, do you like this line?
I was never playing it with either color, to be honest. Knight c6 somehow looks odd at first, but
I
I
understand
don't really
they do
know.
this, and it's not so simple. It just looks so dumb if you compare it to whatever the Ragozin, where white spends a tempo to force this knight c6.
Yeah.
It's so strange. CD, ED, bishop f4 on the board.
Yeah, the question is the knight really belongs to c6?
I might be completely wrong, but I think bishop b4 there would have transposed into some old banter blitz game between Gustafsson and Salomon, if I'm not completely mistaken.
That does
Or
ring a bell.
Maybe Christensen. I'm sure somebody can find it, but it's a very similar position.
Don't tell people there are more Gustafsson Salomon games. I've suffered enough from the one that got out.
Yeah.
But it seems Magnus has the energy to follow the banter blitz matches as well.
He even has the energy to play them. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the problem. But what he's doing, Anish, looks very, very sensible. Obviously, if he had traded on d6, you could make the argument that black's got a sense. You got the f5, knight coming to e7 later on, and then c6, you got a very harmonious setup. But now they're instead spending a tempo each to get just a very, very weird Ragozin.
Bishop g5, bishop b4. We're also being joined by Alexander Grishuk. It's a crowded house today. Welcome, Zasha.
Yeah, hi Jan, hi Magnus, hi Judith.
Hi.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I think I'm not going to comment on this position because we have the best Carlsbad structure specialist in the history.
It's okay. You and Magnus can talk about it too.
Yeah, because I think, let's say, Karpov was also great with white in normal Carlsbad, but Magnus is also great with black. He's great with reversed Carlsbad and so on. So I'm not going to touch chess. I'm just going to say that we are witnessing maybe the most grudge matchup we have currently in chess, because I'm sure Jan hates Anish, and I hope this feeling is mutual. So I think it's going to be very emotional and interesting match.
Do they really have such a controversy?
I think so, at least from one side.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. I think it's probably a little bit one-sided, but the part about Jan having some strong feelings of dislike for Anish right now, I think it's not exaggerated.
Just to clarify, we're talking about Jan Nepomniachtchi. I'm a big Anish fan.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
I would say BC3. Doesn't that just look like white is better? More pawns in the center. C4 is coming. regardless of what's happening. I know that that's not a Carlsbad structure anymore, but unless I'm missing something major in terms of understanding here, it's really hard to see what Black is aiming for.
So if I castle, you go for some c4, rook b1. What's the plan?
Can't you go queen b5?
Yeah, you don't actually win a pawn because queen d6, and then you have knight d4 later on, but and then knight e2 check, and you're attacking c3, and you're probably fine.
True.
But I would just go c4 as white in that position.
Now it looks more like this line in classical Queen's Gambit declined Lasker variation, but in good version for white.
Well, for the moment, Anish is thinking whether to take it with the queen possibly and put pressure on the c file. Playing knight e5 maybe, b4, stuff like that.
Oh, he took with the queen.
Oh, he took with the queen.
So what do we know? Yeah, it seems very strange. I assume maybe the idea was bc3 queen e6, but in that case you could just go rook fc1, go c4 next, and it's, I mean, compared to the line in the Lasker which Sasha is talking about, white is just so far ahead. Like in that line, Black usually gets b6 and you get an easy knight a5 and then c5, but here Black is never getting c5, so this means that the structure is just going to be bad. And I guess in the game he has a pretty good Carlsbad as well, but it feels, I don't know, I shouldn't criticize it too much because this is also better for white, but
It can be very unpleasant for Black, no? Having his knight on c6, how is he going to regroup it to e7 and play c6?
Okay, so rook fd8. So now he's simply defending against knight e5, right? Because he got rook d6.
But what about b4?
I'm not going to suggest moves. I'm just going to suggest a keyword, which is tricks.
But isn't white having a clear advantage?
No, I would say some advantage, because.
But how does e7 will be
before you? No, but you go a6.
A4.
A4, you go rook dc8. And the point is now there is no more queen b3, so you can actually get away with not defending d5. So once you go b5, you take everything, you go knight d8, and it's really
Knight d5.
yeah, it's an awful position, but it's kind of defensible, I think.
But you wouldn't like to be on the Black side.
No, this is clear. It's clear that the question is how much of an advantage can you get as white?
I mean, it's so pleasant to torture with white, right?
Yeah, but then again, a lot of pieces have been exchanged, so it's not unthinkable that you can find some kind of passive defense.
So maybe after rook d6, now b4. That's his plan.
Yeah, I think important point is that if knight takes c6, rook takes c6, queen b3, Black has rook b6. And yeah.
Yeah, this is. I mean, also knight transfer to d3 is kind of tempting, but Okay, clearly opening has been a success for Black, but I wouldn't say it's the first time that Jan is just blitzing and nobody understands really why, because his position looks very dubious. But here there are no. I mean, it's clear that he's worse, and it's not been a success. So regardless of what the idea was, it hasn't particularly worked.
No, I mean
It's
the
taking some
idea
time.
was very clear, just to avoid brilliant novelties in English, because 3 games they played recently, 1 in candidates and 2 yesterday, and there was 3 very nice novelties by Anish. So he just wants to avoid them.
But he won 2 of those games. So
Yeah.
do you think he feels like his equity is better in some slightly worse position than in a complicated position where he's worse, or he's out of prep? I don't know.
No, I would not advise him what he is doing now, but I mean the reasoning I think is quite clear.
Sure.
Rook d6 on the board. Anish taking his time.
I'm guessing Queen b3 is also not insane. Probably it is insane. I mean, it feels like it should lead. Yeah, he's done it. But he's, as Alexander was saying yesterday, he's really going for, the smallest. He's not going for it all, right? He's always going for the smallest possible gain with the least risk. And I think, this is just my guess, I think it's going to backfire in this game, in the sense that he could have gotten more out of this.
Yeah, maybe he thinks that Jan will be anyway making some sacrifice.
Here we go.
But he should also remember that Anish, he is playing the very best player in the world at positions with rooks, with only major pieces, right? A rook and a queen, or 2 rooks and a queen. I mean, Jan is just the very best at this. So, I mean, I've seen so many times he wins better positions, he wins worse positions, he wins lost positions, he draws bad positions as well. So he does extremely well in these situations. So I wouldn't feel very confident in Anish's shoes.
But I think even objectively now Black pushes d4 and he should not have much trouble, I think.
Yeah, that's what I said. I mean, he goes for the least ambitious line.
Well, I also thought that it would make more sense to somehow to hold the knight on e5, because not much activity would be possible for Black there, which Jan, of course, is aiming for all the time.
I absolutely agree.
Yeah, because here Jan will come up with sacrificing 1 or 2 pawns, having d4 eventually, I guess, simplifying and somehow shuffle things that it's going to be saving.
Mm-hmm. No love for Anish's pawn grabbing. So what's the line? If I go rook takes c7, just d4?
Rook c7, also rook b6 is possible.
Yeah, rook b6, queen a7, queen b2.
Rook b2.
Somewhere, f1.
F1. Rook
Yeah,
f6.
this maybe
Well,
not the most convincing.
Yeah.
But rook b6 was not forced as well. Just d4.
Hmm.
I'm just telling you, Anish is going to be shit scared seeing this.
How scary can it be? Takes, rook takes.
Rook takes and rook d1, I guess, after rook f1.
Okay, I'm scared too. Heck.
Yeah, but now it's a dead draw, of course. You are all the pawns and the queen side are going to be.
He went queen takes a7 and d4 was blitzed out.
As expected.
Both the move and the speed was absolutely expected.
But I think black is not worse at all now. I think it's just.
Well, now white has to take. There's not much of an option.
Maybe you can try something tricky like queen c5 instead of taking.
But
Didn't
what about
happen.
takes and d takes c3, rook d1, rook d2?
Yeah, it's a good point.
Takes the pawn.
Yeah, that's probably just a draw. I mean, you can push the pawn to a5, but that doesn't give anything. Yeah, I didn't see rook d1, rook d2.
So he took on d4 and rook e1.
So why is it so equal? Just activity, queen d6 or anything?
Yeah, maybe activity will be not enough in every line. Yeah, queen d6, a4, right?
I don't know, rook c1.
I would say after a4, just queen b6 should be more than sufficient.
True. True.
I wonder that Anish decided that a tempo is more important than c7 pawn because he could play on 19 queen takes c7. I guess play 19. So I guess black plays d4, e d4. I don't know. Maybe he didn't like queen take d4. Yeah. And actually queen d1. But I don't know. I think queen maybe stands poorly on d4, so we have some queen c2 now. No? Queen f4, yeah.
Yeah.
But I thought that even rook take d4 is okay. Even rook d4, queen a7, rook d2, no? Or you think it's too much?
Queen.
It's probably too much.
Okay.
Okay, so you just
He
went
played
queen
rook c1.
Yeah, but now just rook d2. Unless rook d2,
Rook c7.
rook c7.
Rook d1.
Yeah, rook e7.
Rook e7. Queen d2.
Yeah, queen e3 is a move.
Yeah, but if just takes rook e1 and queen b2. Maybe exchange of
Yeah,
rooks.
because there is no rook e8, right? Take it, king h7. You can't keep the pawn.
So we expect draw.
Yeah, the question is, do we expect some suffering on a draw or just a draw?
Okay, if they get an endgame, rook endgame with a pawn for white, is it suffering? Does it count as suffering? Because Vichy, I think, agreed a draw against you in such position.
You're saying 3
And I
against 3
think this
with
endgame
a-pawn.
I think this endgame is very likely to appear.
Yeah, no, I would say this is not suffering.
Rook d1. Wow.
And what's the big point?
Well,
Bishop.
he just wants taken queen d2, right?
I guess so. And if queen e3 now?
Yeah, I guess rook d2. No particular worries.
No, there shouldn't be real worries for black, I believe. Especially this.
Especially this line, yes. Okay, so how about this? You go rook c d1, take it, you go queen e3. Because, I mean, my first instinct about rook d1 is that I'm not really sure you want to exchange those rooks, so this move may be more flashy than good.
So what about queen c2?
Queen c2, queen c1.
Ah, now you're happy. Queen a4, a3, or taking on c7.
Yeah, this I think is real suffering.
And if after queen e3, queen d2, you want to take and rook b1 or what?
Yeah, but it's going to be the same ending, right?
Position here.
c5.
Well, c5, king f1, c4, a4.
I mean, this one is definitely losable for black.
Oh yeah, for sure. This could be just lost, actually.
Yeah,
So,
rook d1 was not necessary.
No, I'm sure it's just a move that feels very good to play, but I would say the objective qualities of this particular move is they're dubious at best, as far as I can see. Maybe he's got some deep point, like takes queen e3, rook d2, and then queen c2.
But then f7 will be hanging. We just play h4 or something.
Oh yeah, okay. It probably just loses. Yeah.
And he played immediately queen e3.
That's no good. Rook d2 now. Unless we're missing something, this is really weak.
What about rook d2, rook e2?
Rook d1. Rook d1.
Then take. Okay.
Yeah, then we are back.
Rook d2, rook d3 though. Rook e2, rook d3.
Yes, queen somewhere.
Well, probably only e4, right?
Rook d4.
But
no, but that's not even needed. You can just go rook d1, take, queen d2, and now there is no. Okay, rook b1. That's hopeless.
Rook b1.
Yeah, this is just awful.
Wow.
Come on, Anish. Be more
No, this is okay. This is way beyond me. How can you not exchange the rook and just leave it on the second like this?
Yeah, I mean, how is it the b1 rook against the d2?
Yeah, okay, that is just... Okay, that's way beyond me. I'm sort of speechless at this.
Queen f6 played.
Yeah, now black is not even close to being worse.
Well, you can still go rook e2. And then perpetual.
Rook b2?
Ah.
Just for fun? Now you are worse as white.
Okay.
No, I'm predicting queen f3.
Oof.
That's
Yeah.
what I would play.
But okay, black can just take and rook b8.
No,
No,
sure, but
we are not trying to win anymore.
But are
And
you
he's
worried to
really
lose if
behind
you
in
don't play
time,
queen
too.
f3?
Why not? I told you the story. I lost to Kasemjanov with just extra pawn. It was much safer than that, like 10 times safer.
All right. Giri is not gonna play queen f3.
Queen g3 is possible to play.
And the longer he thinks, I think the more likely queen f3.
He's under 2 minutes already.
Come on. Andy.
you know, Judy, queen g3, rook d3, right? So he's this is
it's
not
so
safe.
bad.
This is not safe.
No, I agree. Not at all. But I would also definitely
Oh
play
my
it already
God.
from black
You
side.
played it. Okay, that's a flex.
That's right. And
He
queen
doesn't
d4
even
blitz
take.
out.
And Jan is playing for a win, you see? What's
Yeah.
going on?
Yeah, because if now rook e3, queen e3 then takes, and rook e3, rook b2.
To explain, this would be a pretty safe draw for black, but he didn't do it.
Well, Anish is under 1.5 minutes. And he's not really having dangers, right?
But
It's such
G3
a
is very
reactive-
safe, no? Just G3.
Would you consider queen e3, Sasha?
I would, but I would be afraid of taking on E3.
Takes and rook c2.
Rook
No,
No,
b2.
rook C2, rook E1, but I would be scared. I
Yeah,
mean,
rook
I know I would not
Take
going
rook
to win,
d6,
so-
right? Okay, you got king h1 and rook g1.
What are you talking about?
No, not rook c2. Rook d6. Rook
On rook
c2,
d6.
you can continue.
It's nice symmetry. The rook's covering the pawns.
Yeah, I mean, this is a masterclass in how to, I don't know, not play as white here, because I feel like he got the one chance. Rook d1 was a mistake, and no, but g3 he can play now. I agree. That's really safe.
He has 10 seconds. He forgot about time or what?
Rook bc1.
First attempt because of queen b2 followed by queen a2.
No. C5 is... yeah?
Yeah, Jan is not hiding his straightforward playing for a win.
Oh, g3. That's clever.
Yeah, rook b2, rook ed1.
And this is Anish's real talent, finding sad ways to make a draw. This he does. I mean, objectively, he does very well. Okay, queen b2. No more fun.
Saved it. Okay, 5. White is very coordinated. Let's see if Jan is shaking his head.
Yeah, I was gonna say queen a8. That's the professional way.
Okay.
The players aren't allowed to agree a draw before move 40, so they will. Magnus, you had this game against Topalov where you had this final position and someone else in the same round. No, this is a well-known.
Yeah, I just think that they were like one move away from having the same exact position, and we were like desperately pleading for them to look over here. You have the chance to have some nice symmetry, but they didn't pay enough attention.
Well,
So
probably this is a game where both players are unhappy, right?
I think both are happy.
Yeah. Well,
I think happy or unhappy, that's a bit too polarizing. I think both are true to some extent. I'm sure Anish, like after getting such a safe advantage from the opening, like letting your time run to 1 minute or 10 seconds and beg for a draw is not ideal, but also for Jan, I think he feels like he should beat Anish in every game, so he's also not happy.
All right, let's bring in Tanya, who has gathered many questions for the many legends we have around. What's happening, Tanya?
Thanks, Jan. All eyes on this first game of the match. And I've got some questions from Magnus. I think you guys took us through the game, and not much to talk about the game here, Magnus match. But the one thing that's been making the rounds and headlines is what you said to Jan in your previous interview, using a football analogy, that you've been getting chances like Robert Landowski, but you've been converting them like Roberto Firmino. And this has gone viral. It's on FIFA's Quote of the Week. People are talking about it. And Liverpool fans have taken a lot of offense to this. What do you want to say to these Liverpool fans who are rather unhappy with what you said?
I think a lot of people are misinterpreting the point that I was trying to make. Because the point was not really about this particular footballer's ability, it was just about conversion rate, and those are like facts, those are objective facts, not too much for debate. So that's what I was discussing. Now, it has to be said that Firmino, he's not like statistically the worst finisher among the best clubs in Europe. He's just one of the worst. But I thought it was so much funnier if I talk about the Liverpool player than anything else, because Liverpool fans are quite they're quite trigger happy. They don't like it when their players are being insulted. So I just thought it would be funnier that way.
You do know that you just slipped it in, that he's not the worst, just one of the worst.
But those are facts.
All right, fair enough. My favorite was this one headline I read, which was that fantasy Premier League expert and chess champion mocks Firmino. Which one is more satisfying? Is it being called an FPL expert, or being called a chess champion?
Chess champion feels a bit better still.
All right, fair enough. Did you manage to catch on any of the commentary that we had yesterday, and the stuff that the insights that Gary gave to various different things? Did you see any of that?
I just saw some headlines, but was there anything particular you were referring to?
Yes, I was. And I think just before I ask you about that, I want to play the video about what I'm going to talk about for our audience. Magnus, you might not be able to hear this, but it is about Gary commenting on the level of challenges he had, comparing that to the current challenges that you have. So before we get to you on that, let's just play this short clip that we have for the audience.
I'm not trying to undermine Magnus' opponents. This is all respect to top players today, but I still can hardly see the same competition I experienced, especially in the 90s. I mean, yeah, let's set aside my match with Karpov. That's the and Karpov generation. But then I had to compete with the next generation. It's Vichy, Vasi Ivanchuk, Bora Gelfand, then the younger generation of Kramnik and Judith and Peter Swidler. So yeah, I was still winning tournaments playing younger players, and many of them were just really, great players. I mean, just mention Vichy and Kramnik, two other world champions. I'm still not seeing, the same competition against Magnus today. And while I thought for a moment about Ding or maybe Caruana, they don't show the same kind of class and continuity as Vichy or Kramnik 25 years ago.
All right, so there we had Gary Kasparov saying that the level of competition that he faced in his prime, he felt that was stronger than the current challenges and the competition that exists today for Magnus, whether it was with Shirov and with Ivanchuk, with Kramnik and Vichy, and he feels that there is a difference in what you face today, Magnus. Would you agree to that?
I think I'm not the right person to answer that. I think one thing that should be noted is these things are sort of easier to judge, I think, after people's careers are over. There are a lot of people today whose careers are only starting. So to judge them in a historical perspective is not so easy. But I think rather than my success, what is striking is how well people like Anand, Kramnik, and so on, how even Ivanchuk, Gelfand, how well they could hang with the younger kids well into their 40s, or in some cases even early 50s. I don't know if that's an indictment on the level to today, or just that they are an historically great generation of players. I guess what I'm going with this is you gotta see how the current crop of players will compare to the next that's coming up. I think that's the main takeaway. Before that, it's too early to say. And for now, I'm just trying to beat whoever is there, obviously.
Fair enough. And I think I agree with you, because it's probably going to be in the next decade or so that people would then say that, the generation of the late 80s or the early 90s was extremely strong. So it's very hard to make these comparisons of longevity when the period hasn't passed. The other question that did come up, where I want to ask you, because we took Gary's view on this, was that let's say that there was a match between Gary when he was at his peak in late 80s, early 90s, and with you, we all believe that you are at your best right now. Let's say that there was a match, and the opening part of it, which I think is a big variant with that time compared to right now, is out of the equation. What do you think the scoreline would be?
That's very, very hard to say. But you know what? Since this can never be proven or unproven, I'm just going to say that I would have won. But seriously, it would have been an extremely interesting clash of styles. But I think I would have been able to hang and then some. but we'll never know.
Going to push you on that a little bit. Do you think you would have won, let's say, in a 12-game match in the classical or the rapid or the blitz portion? Because we've seen how good you get in previous world championships in that part of the match. Do you think that you would be a clear favorite according to you in the classical format?
That's too much to say. I think it would. I don't know. I don't think there would be a clear favorite, but
okay.
I think my chances would be just as good in classical or as in rapid or blitz, because it needs to be remembered that Gary was an extremely strong rapid and blitz player who practiced those a lot in his days.
All right, thank you for that. And just in time as we start game 2, so back to you guys to take us through this one, and I'll see you soon. Jan, over to you.
Oof. I was hoping Tanya would ask 96 bulls versus 27 warriors as well, but looks like we have chess incoming. E4 by Nepomniachtchi. What are the rules? You guys know the clock only starts after both sides made a move, yeah?
Yeah, that's the thing. So Anish could just tank here for a while with the extra information he's got.
We'll tilt Jan a little bit that he has to wait. Anish is not there. What's he gonna play?
Oh, he's gonna go for the Berlin today. You could see from the game that we had earlier that he's gonna play tighter today. So I would definitely guess the Berlin.
Actually, I think I found out what was Jan's plan, and I think he just mixed up the moves again. I think, can you just make the moves? So this knight f3, d5, d4, bishop f5.
Sorry, what are you talking about?
About previous game, because
yeah.
This one has not really started. So yeah, knight c6, yeah, and knight f6 he played, yeah, e3. And now he played bishop d6, bishop g5, bishop b4, which makes zero sense. I'm pretty sure his idea was to play bishop b4 immediately. And then it's, okay. It's,
following the classics. You can blunder exchange. I've done this many times.
You mean then bishop g5, right?
Then I don't know, maybe bishop g5 is one of the moves, but the point, yeah, okay, this is one of the points, and another point is if white plays bishop d3 instead of bishop e2, then one of the possibilities is to take c3, take d3, and play knight a5. So, yeah, I don't know what is this, but it's not so clear, I think. I mean...
But even in this position, as Magnus mentioned, they go bishop g5 voluntarily sometimes, no? So it's just a tempo up.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think he just mixed up the moves. I mean, it's as simple as that.
Where's Anish?
Still going through on his lines.
I doubt it. The good thing is Jan is a patient guy. This won't annoy him. Anish Giri is back home in The Hague, no longer in Rijswijk at his, I think, parents' house. So he can't have gone very far. He's in the flat.
Yeah, this is a different kind of suspense, huh?
Oof, it's very exciting. Shows the camera.
Magnus, who do you rather play tomorrow? Against Anish or Jan? Or that's not a fair question.
No, it's not really a fair question, but obviously to play somebody new would be interesting, so I wouldn't mind playing Jan, but yeah, whoever
Here we go.
will be fine.
And Berlin, exactly how you said it.
Yeah. Wow, castles.
Castle is allowing knight d4. That's why many people prefer starting with c3. But Jan will have something in mind.
Oh, this is because I actually had some idea of going bishop a4 there. That's also innocuous, obviously, which I'm sure bishop c4 is as well.
d6 a4 blitzed out.
So you basically got an Italian with the extra move, knight d4.
I always give this speech that the advantage white has on the Italian is the knight on c6 is misplaced because of the pawn on c3. So this must be fairly harmless, no?
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
Did get Anish out of book, apparently. He's thinking. Bishop g4 would be over eager, yeah? Knight bd2, the bishop is wrong.
Now, what I would like to do here as black is just to go knight f3. And I'm sure Judith wouldn't mind this either. Just go h5.
Or bishop g4 first. Well, h5 is just a regular move. If you don't play an h5 or g5 move nowadays, then you're out of fashion, right?
He does
absolutely. And also there was this point of bishop g5. You got bishop g4 followed by a knight e4.
Oops.
Wow.
But is it good? Queen g4, knight g5. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Always some tricks. I don't see any other move than h3, but it looks a bit ugly.
Bishop g4.
But why don't you want to go bishop g4 first and only after that h5?
Because I was thinking queen h4 maybe.
Well, that's probably the only move, right? And then you go queen 7.
Yeah, but then bishop e3.
But the queen on h4, does it stand so well?
But you will play f3 very soon. Or f4 even. Or neither of them if you have to take back on e3, obviously. This one I wouldn't mind for white so much.
Maybe Jan is just a great psychologist and he took Anish out of book. Who's taking time. But no, now he's played c6.
Well, c6 is a bit of a nothing move. Now, can't you go take and then go a5?
a6.
Yeah, a6 is a slight concession, I would say. I'm not suggesting how you exploit it, I'm just saying. At least then you got a5 against a6 and c6, which should be a little something.
Nepomniachtchi is thinking as well.
Maybe knight bd2.
Did take.
He took.
Here we go.
And a5.
I guess d5 can be met with takes, bishop b5, and some c3 rook takes, c3 rook e1 maybe. I guess white is somewhat better. Or castles.
Yeah.
You can't take because of bishop f2.
Yeah, that was a poor suggestion. Then I have no idea why d5 is not good.
Мы уже там, да, картинка.
And as if we didn't have enough legends on the call, we are being joined by none other than Anatoly Karpov himself. Welcome.
Good evening. How are you?
Hi, Anatoly. Welcome.
Hi, Judith. Hi.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Anatoly, have you followed the event? How do you feel about all these younger legends and you still competing?
Not so much because I was busy and we just got some vacation, summer vacation. But I follow now your conversation and the comments. D5, of course, D5 was quite good. A6 is not bad, but D5 was probably better.
A6 played. Do you sometimes have some stories that you sometimes play Blitz against these young guys like Nepomniachtchi, Dubov, and so on? So you know him well?
Yes, with Dubov we played many games. With Sergei Karyakin, I play some Blitz games.
What are the scores? Can you tell us?
So now they're better, but not so long time ago I was quite okay.
That's beautiful. Bishop to b3 played.
Okay, yeah.
It's interesting that so far it seems Anish really is playing very solidly. Probably that was the reason he didn't choose d5 also. He always goes for the safer choice.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite from this current generation? Who do you enjoy to watch play the most?
Current generation, whom you mean?
I don't know. Magnus, Giri, Nepomniachtchi, Caruana, Ding, Grishuk.
Grishuk is not current generation. He is already.
Okay, no Grishuk.
But Caruana. Okay, Magnus is very strong, and so he's strong in each type of chess. Classical chess, rapid chess, blitz. So he's very universal. Caruana is strongly prepared, and he has good chess fantasy. So Giri is more. I think he belongs to me. Gigant Petrosyan. Not easy to win, but not easy to lose.
Magnus, you think he will be flattered or unhappy about that comparison?
I think he should be flattered. Whether he will be, I don't know.
A3, bishop A7. You guys tell me what's going on here. What is slightly better?
Probably.
Eventually some king h1 or king h2 and f4 might come, or that's too much with knight g4 tricks.
I think if you were given two moves, you would go king h1 and f4, but I believe he's gonna bishop a7 is preparing d5 because he doesn't want to be hit by ed5 followed by knight f3. So I think king h1 he just goes d5 or ef. I don't think there are any tricks. But it's been the last few moves have been a strange kind of shadow boxing where all these little moves are being played, and I'm not sure if they're all necessary.
No, but what happens? D5, F4, if he takes F4.
No, but I think after F4, knight G4 is unpleasant.
Yeah. Right.
So maybe that was a too much exaggeration. White has not time for everything.
Oh yeah, this is also a big issue.
No,
Anish played bishop e6, c3, and takes. followed by d5, e, d, c, d. Should be 3.
Yeah, but now black is obviously doing well.
Yeah, because white had to give up the center with a takes d5 in move before.
All right, let's bring in Tanya, who has one last question for Magnus, I'm being told, and I'm sure has many questions for Mr. Karpov as well.
Thank you, Jan. And firstly, a big welcome to Anatoly. Thank you for joining us. And I thought that before the position blows up, I've got time to bring in one last question for all of you. One last question for Magnus. But let's have that tweet up. I thought this was really interesting and would love to hear from each one of you on this. I want to thank you for broadcasting this event. Special thanks to all commentators. What was the greatest moment in your chess career? So let's start with Magnus.
This is a question I've answered before, obviously, and it remains the same. It was winning Norwegian under 11 championship in 2000, and I mean, I'm not even half joking. Like, that was the first time that I was the best. That's one of the key moments in my chess career where I actually started to believe that I could be good.
Not 2013 Chennai?
Well, 2013 Chennai was cool, but it didn't really. I didn't really do anything that I hadn't done before, I felt.
All right. Well, that's an interesting answer, not one that I was expecting, because you did become world champion for the first time in 2013. But all right, that's interesting. Thanks, Magnus, for that. And Judith, what about you?
Well, if I would follow Magnus's idea that it comes from the very young age, then I would call New York Open when I won the unrated section with almost a full score, 7.5 out of 8. That was the first huge international result for me, and that was breaking news, front page of New York Times. I won $1,000. It was very special in many ways. And that was, I think, the first time when internationally they noticed me that I can be something more than just a chess enthusiast as a kid. But later on, it is very hard to say. For me, also, the first Olympic one with my sisters, that was very special for different reasons. Because to play in one team with my sisters and win the gold medal for Hungary, it was very special. But generally speaking, being in the top 10 in the world, that's the most satisfying.
Indeed, Judith, and I think that's something that for all of us has been such a big inspiration. So yeah, not just special for you, but I think for all of us who took up chess. At least I can speak for the girls. What about you, Mr. Karpov? With Anatoly, what was the special defining moment for you in your career?
There were a couple of important moments, but the first one probably a youth world championship in Stockholm in 1969, when I played not so how to say, solid in qualification, but later I won with the best result for many years. I won first 8 games in the final and became youth world champion under 18. That time we had youth championships only in one category, under 18. And later, most probably Leningrad Interzonal Tournament, 1973. I became candidate, and okay, as continuation, I beat all of other candidates, and I became world champion in 75.
It's really interesting how you and Magnus just didn't think of the moment you won world championship as the biggest moment. I find that quite fascinating. Jan, what about you? Was it the Bangkok Open?
I don't have any successes compared to anybody else on this call. Magnus mentioned winning the Norwegian under-11 championship. I had 9 draws in my first German under-11 championship. So there you go.
All right, well, let's get back to the game and then we'll chat more after this.
Let's have a look.
So what has happened since? White queen is on h4 and bishop e3 was played.
Knight h5, offering a move repetition, queen h4, knight f6, but Nepomniachtchi
Just
continues.
checking.
E3 and then
He plays bishop e3 and pawn to d4.
after d4, white is clearly better.
Looks like, no? Freeing this bishop.
No, but why d4? D4. He takes d4 and then better in all variations.
Well, probably bishop d4 would should be the move, or possibly.
Maybe want some ed bishop b8 or some trickery.
Yes, but after e takes d4, maybe bishop f4.
Yeah, it didn't happen. Bishop takes
Okay,
d4.
bishop d4.
Then if you take, okay, yes, e takes d4, yes, but still rook a4.
Rook d8, a d8.
Only move, yeah. And then probably queen g3 is possible. Yeah?
But after queen g3, maybe black takes and rook e2 or rook e3. Rook e3, rook f3, rook e2.
Before? No, rook b4 first. No. Rook e3, rook b4.
Some chances.
It will be unpleasant.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think instead of d4, bishop takes e3. That's what's better.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised by d4 as well.
Now you can wait or...
Yeah, but now rook will be doubling on f5.
Huh? No, rook. Maybe rook, what? Queen... yeah, queen c5.
Yeah, surprising decision. This pawn to d4.
Yeah, d4, I think clear positional incorrectness, let's say. Not mistake, but...
So you
incorrect.
say rook a4, rook
Yeah.
d8, queen g3.
Yeah.
So let's say black is just playing queen c5, or yeah, why not queen c5, let's say.
c5, then probably bishop c4.
Rook e2.
Rook e2. Yeah.
I mean, the black rooks will be very active, doubling on the e file. What is the rook on a4 doing?
Well,
We have something very similar in the game. He played bishop to c4
Bishop
directly,
c4.
rook to e2, and now queen g3. So Anatoly's instinct was right. Queen
no, but then I
g3.
don't understand what happens if we take and then no,
Well, now rook b1.
b1, fb1.
Yeah, Jan is always looking for activity and initiative.
I would take in rook a7, proudly.
Rook d6.
Yeah, but stay rook b6, rook d6, the d4 pawn is weak.
Yeah.
Obviously, white is the one who is playing for something.
Yeah. No, probably not rook b2.
But I'm not sure.
Probably rook e8.
After queen g3, what happens if I anyway go to queen c5? So white cannot go to e1 with the rook because a5 pawn is hanging. Yeah, though I'm not sure I will be taking it.
Where you want to go? If rook fc1, let's say?
Queen f3.
Queen f3, queen e7.
E7. Okay, B4.
Some pressure, no?
Okay, well, actually, if I want to go queen e7, I should do immediately at the position which we have in the game. Now queen e7, control the e5.
Better.
So I don't lose a tempi that you can go to play b4.
What about taking on g3 and playing rook a8 just primitively?
Rook a8, yes, this is possibility. Yeah.
Rook f2.
Rook f2. So if rook e1, you will take and play king h2, yeah?
Yeah, and then threatening with rook d4.
Now, why you activate this?
Yeah. So it was stupid to play rook e1. So maybe some king f8.
Just play take rook a8, rook f2, take on f2. Then maybe king f8 or rook e5.
Maybe why did we take on f2? Maybe just play king f8.
Yeah, to keep the tension.
To keep this.
Yes, maybe this, yes.
But anyway, I would try rook a4 and rook b4, I think.
But now rook e1 check.
King h2.
Now some mating ideas, they will not work, yeah?
I will play g4 and sneak out on g3, I guess.
No, rook e1 check, this is good. King h2 and then probably h5.
Rook b4, rook e1, h5, rook b4.
Rook b4. First rook 8 to e7.
Rook b4, rook 87, but you're not going to give me mate on the...
But why?
Yeah.
Rook a1 is a very big threat, no? Rook a1, then rook e1. Even maybe I could play it immediately. I don't see how you defend. Rook a1, rook b7, rook e1, rook f7, king e8.
Rook e7 and I exchange the rooks. King
What?
e8, sorry.
Yes, king e8.
Okay.
g4, h4,
4, yeah.
g3, and now I don't know. Maybe some miracle you escaped, but
No, not easy. Rook h1 check. Then rook check. Then,
Rook g3, rook h3. Yeah, this looks
yeah, it looks
not funny with white.
no, but king f4, king f4.
Oh, sorry.
Rook h1 to h3, rook e2.
Aha, so if rook g7, then knight h5. I don't know, it's very complicated. But also rook 8 e7, as Anatoly said, yeah, it was also fine.
But
And
we
then
have
we
in the
have this
game.
thread.
Look what happened in the game. Queen e7 and white played b4 anyway, sacrificing. It's, yeah, Ian can't stand it that if he doesn't have a pawn down activity. But maybe it's a beautiful move. Takes and queen f3. Very nice idea, I like it.
no, but I don't understand. If I take on a5,
Rook b7.
rook b7, rook f8. What is the problem for black?
Yeah, okay, but it's queen g6, knight d5, or no? If knight d5, queen g4, and I take the d4 pawn.
No. Queen g6, just a moment, queen g6, if I play queen
Queen
h5.
h5. Queen h5.
Rook f7.
Yep.
Yeah, it's unpleasant. This is unpleasant, yeah.
Rook ab1 on the board. Anish Giri is thinking.
But by the way, maybe after queen a5, bishop f7. Or it's not good enough because takes rook b7, rook e7, takes queen g7, king e6, and the e1 is covered.
Possible, but rook c1.
Maybe f4 or rook c1.
Rook c1. But then rook d8.
You don't
Didn't
mind
take.
if the rook?
Whoa. He just put his rook on a7.
Rook a7. Oh,
It seems Anish doesn't mind to be very passive.
but then he wants to exchange rooks. Rook b6,
After
rook b6, rook e1.
But isn't this awfully dangerous for black? He just wants to take on a5 as well? If white would be taking and king h2?
Then queen e5 check.
Well, but you maybe you can take on a5 first.
Yes, that's possible. But
So
then
instead of rook e1,
7.
what about queen f4?
Isn't rook a7 a horrible move? It looks so passive.
Yes, yes. Very unfair.
Well, it looks horrible there.
No, but here we take and rook a8. Take on f1, rook a8.
That's true.
Well, still queen takes d4.
Then rook e8 or rook d8.
Rook b1.
He's played rook to e1, g3, just making a little luft. It's very sensible.
Yes.
Sasha, who's better and why?
No, of course, white is for choice. The question is, how big is his advantage? But instead of rook a7, rook b8 was possible, and if bishop take a6, rook e5.
Yeah.
And okay, I think white is nominally better only.
That's right.
Yeah, rook
Maybe
a7.
bishop
but-
b5.
Rook a7 is.
No, rook on a7, it's scary. But hold on, maybe knight d7 is possible at some point and knight e5?
Queen f7, I don't know. He played queen e2.
Queen e2.
But wasn't knight d7 possible? I mean, seriously. Rook b7, knight e5, right?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Some taking on f7 with something. Bishop f7. No, rook b7. Even rook b7, knight e5. If bishop f7.
Good win. Yep, it's a nice move.
Okay, that's a nice move.
Yeah.
Okay, so he went queen e2. Takes,
Rook takes.
Well, he wants to go for the a5 pawn. That's clear.
No, but rook d6 is possible.
Rook e5, rook a1.
Rook e5. No, maybe rook a2 is not possible. Yes, but it's clear better. Oh, very strong bishop on c4 at the moment.
But maybe we can play king f8. And I mean, my point is that once you take on d4 and I put my king on e7, this rook is actually paralyzed on d4.
He
Not
played rook f to b1, attacking the pawn. Rook back to e7. Sitting tight.
Then rook d6.
Rook d7.
7 rook b6.
Still
King
suffering.
f8. King f8. Why is it so much suffering?
So the same idea.
Yeah, I just really want to dominate this rook.
Yeah.
Maybe Anish is going to save it, and maybe even without much trouble. Let's see.
No, rook on b6, yeah? No, not rook d6. We don't need this. Probably we just push pawns g4. King comes to g3, then h4.
Yeah, he did play rook d6, but
He played rook d6.
yeah, we're not sure yet.
We got some beautiful line by Magnus sending us. Can we show that?
Yeah. What happened?
Magnus is sending you lines?
Sorry, the line where I asked whether knight d7 is possible, and Magnus was sending us the message that queen f7, it's a beautiful line. So it's nice to show it. It's quite study-like.
Here.
Knight d7, queen f7, rook e1. Queen takes c4, takes, knight b6, rook e8.
Oh, king
And then
f7, ab.
b6.
Wow, that's very nice.
Thanks,
Nice.
Magnus, for sending it in. Beautiful.
It's a talented viewer there.
This is what happens with an a7 rook, right? When it stands so ugly. But okay, in the board, it's already on c8, so out of dangers like this.
King g2 played. So what do we think? Anish is gonna hold it together, yeah?
Actually, he didn't play rook d7 after rook d6, yeah? Which was probably the best.
Yeah, not sure why. He just gave the pawn back. Rook a8.
I mean, after rook a7, rook d6, he could play rook d7, what we discussed.
Yeah.
And then he
Well, rook b6, I guess he didn't like.
king f8. So king e7 is threat.
Takes, rook d6, king e7 or knight e5.
King e7,
Some jumps, no?
king e7. What the problem?
But it's interesting. Actually, Anish made a strange decision in the previous game as well, where he had to exchange one pair of rooks in order to be able to continue and press Jan. And instead, he chose the very passive way of his rook protecting his pawn on from b1. And now actually he's now doing the same. It's the same pattern somehow, that he goes for passivity and he's not looking for exchange.
White is again better.
Sorry?
White is again better.
The rook goes back to b6. He's defending.
And now it's not so easy to get out of the box and kick out the rook on b6.
Yes, yes.
I guess his idea is rook e d7 and then knight d5 maybe.
Yeah.
And then if rook goes away, then knight e7, knight c6.
Mm-hmm. That's a good idea.
I think Anish is going to hold this without too much trouble.
I also believe the a5 pawn is weak, so the counterattack will work there.
So Judith and Anatoly, between the two of you, who plays more chess these days?
I don't know.
Well, I can say that I don't play too much. I don't play on the internet. I don't play Blitz games. I just follow time to time the live games and commentaries, or if I see there were some beautiful games, I want to replay it. So I follow those, but unfortunately not having too much time for following more.
Do you miss it when you see the guys playing? Would you like to play once in a while?
I'm not sure because it's not clear whether I will survive the opening part of the game. Maybe if I would just immediately go into the middle game, I could try time to time. But when you don't have the details in your fingertips, then it's very difficult, especially if you go shorter time control. And so it's very difficult. It's fun to watch. It's fun to commentate and have some ideas and follow it. But to do it on your own, the whole game and the whole tournament, that's another story. You have to be in shape for that.
What about you, Anatoly? You sometimes play in German league even, no?
No, I played 1 year ago, yeah.
Yeah.
I play these tournaments in Spain, in Playa d'Aro. And I play home, Blitz. But unfortunately, I don't have too much time.
Right.
But I enjoy this.
Rook B2 played.
Rook B2, what is it? And then if Rook E2 D7.
But I think he's already content with the draw, sort of. I mean, he just did not see a way. Okay, he will just take on B5, take on B7. One thing he should avoid is to have king on F3 after before knight D5, because then after taking on D5, taking on B7, black will take on D3 with a check, and then play rook A3 or D5 and win a pawn. I mean, still a drawish position, of course, but there is no reason to allow it.
Didn't you teach us last game? That's not even worth playing. Bishop A2 played.
Bishop A2.
Very deep.
So knight D5, he wants to go what?
Design
Rook
for
B-
a draw.
Sorry? And then take on D5.
Design for a draw.
Well, I guess it's not Rook B3. What was the plan?
Yeah, it would be weird to prepare rook B3 with bishop A2.
Yeah, I think he
It
just
would be
wants to. Yeah, I think he just wants to play D4 or
Aha,
something.
so Anish refuses a draw. Aha, so now he's in his element.
You see, he wants to go knight G8, knight E7.
C6, A5.
Aha, so now it becomes, as we say in Russia, вечер перестает быть томным.
Yeah.
That's actually the same material Anish beat me in our match, because the first match he won with 7 draws by making a draw with black in Armageddon, and then he won the same material, 2 rooks and knight against 2 rooks and light square bishop. And also he repeated the moves once, but then he declined and beat me. So let's see, he has good memory.
D4, knight E7, D5, knight C8, and knight D6.
Yes, but after knight D5, okay, they can come with a
Yes, and
draw
then
with
D5 and
3,
so
3.
black is better, yeah.
Yeah, I mean
Wow.
after D5, knight C8.
Knight C8, and then rook B4, knight D6. And then rook comes to C5 and bets
Yeah, this is
white bishop.
not nice for
Then
white.
king can come to C7 to free the rook from protecting this knight, and rook E7, and
Yeah, right. No, even rook C5, rook A4, then king F6, Then rook c7, king d7.
Yeah, or like this.
Very nice regrouping by Anish.
Yeah.
By the way, Zasha, you mentioned that Anish beat you by making these 7 draws, and he mentioned that somehow he always gets all the criticism for making draws, but you didn't get any. He felt it was unfair after the match.
But I don't criticize him. I just state the fact. I mean, it's
No,
fact.
not from you. But he was saying, like, whenever he makes 7 draws, he gets trolled a lot. But when you make 7 draws against him, you don't get any of the trolling. Do you think it's unfair?
Of course, I also made 7 draws out of 7 in the candidates. So I understand. I'm now not the most exciting player.
No, that wasn't my point. My question was, do you think Anish gets too much trolling for making draws in general?
No, of course. It's like, let's say, Harden in NBA. Yeah, every foul that whistled on him, people say it's, referee's mistake. I mean, reputation really is an important thing.
Point taken, although, of course, in Harden's case, you're wrong because he is flopping every single time.
Now it seems that Anish has the temptation to go knight d5 and play the drawish rook endgame with the pawn up, or will he decide to go knight c8?
Yeah, it's an important point, but maybe
because now he's thinking he's spending too much time.
Knight c8 is much stronger.
Maybe knight c5, maybe knight c8. Nepomniachtchi actually was going to play d6 to avoid this passive
but
position.
Knight takes d6.
Okay, so bishop d5.
Sorry, which position?
Here, knight
okay,
c8,
knight c8,
d6.
d6, knight takes.
Knight takes d6.
Now maybe bishop d5.
And if rook c5?
No, rook c5, I take b7. Ah.
Knight c4.
Knight c4.
Rook c2, knight e3 check.
So here you tricked me, maybe, yeah. Okay. Because my point was that if bishop d5, knight b5, then knight bishop f3, and maybe black cannot actually unpin, but rook c5.
Got it. So what they have now, Anatoly, are there any winning chances in practice for black here?
No. No chance. Just draw.
The tension is growing after this game.
Let's hope so. Whoever wins this match faces Magnus Carlsen in the finals. And if it's 2-2 after the regular rapid portion, we will have 2 rapid games and then an Armageddon. Since this looks quite dry now, let's switch back to Tanya, see if she's gathered some more questions or she can tell us what's happening in the real world.
Thank you, Jan. Well, I think all of us have been following this game. We do have, I think before I've got some questions for Anatoly that I want to ask, but before that, we did receive an interesting photograph from something that we spoke about earlier. Maybe we'll just quickly have that up on the screen. And we asked Magnus his most memorable moment in his career, and he said it was winning the under-11 Norwegian championship. And believing in himself at that moment. So the moment where you actually start believing in yourself is more important than the moment when you actually become the best in the world. And there you have Magnus Carlsen, who actually lost the last round, as Tarja told us, to Jan Ludwig Hammer, who's next to him, who won the second place, and Magnus Carlsen becoming the Norwegian under-11 champion. So this is quite an interesting, thank you for sending that in, Tarja. And coming back, I want to ask Anatoly, a lot of viewers and myself, we noticed your background. Where are you right now? It looks extremely royal. Is this the chess center in Moscow?
What this? I didn't understand the question.
Are you at the chess center in Moscow currently?
Yes, I am in Russian chess club, Central Chess Club.
Right, because it looks extremely royal and beautiful, Anatoly. And is it true that even the chessboard on which you and Gary played the World Championship match is actually there?
Yes, there is chess table and chess pieces, which we used in our match.
Right, and how is it to be here and to see this? You, Anatoly, are of course from a non-computer era. So to see chess being played amongst the best in the world in a 2D, in this computer format, it must be a little strange, or do you think, is it a little strange to watch this happen?
No, but for a long time we have already such situation and computers and preparation with computers. So this is not novelty. And internet chess we have also for many years.
Anatoly, do you play any internet chess online yourself with the Blitz and?
No, very seldom. And I see problems with the program, with communication, and then you have problems with the time, because you lose time if different speed of internet. And I played some games, and which was embarrassing for me when I made it per opponent, and then 5 or 7 seconds later I got my move back and I lost on time. So that's unbelievable, but it happens in chess online.
Yes, the perils of online chess. And we do have an update that the game was indeed drawn. And Anatoly, how would you summarize the second game of this round? How did you just give us your thoughts on how this game went?
This game which we are looking now.
Yes.
It was dry from the opening, then it became sharper. But then I think Black made some incorrectnesses, and then opponent she had better position, and then he missed opportunities, I believe.
In your opinion, it's going to be one of these two who's going to be playing the finals, and both Jan and Anish have a very different style of play, Anatoly. And one is extremely, aggressive and combative and straightforward energy, while Anish has got a more solid, correct, positionally strategic and sound approach to the game. What do you think, to Magnus, which style is more challenging to face?
Difficult to say, because Magnus is strong in all type of chess, but still I think positionally he is stronger than other players, and so probably in sharp positions they have chances, especially this rapid chess.
I think this is also something that Magnus also said about Dubov and about Jan's style of play, that it seems as if they know where they can catch him or where he's uncomfortable, so he finds it a bit of challenge. Anatoly, when we had met, I remember in Gibraltar, the candidates were about to take place in March, and unfortunately, because of circumstances, were stopped, and you were involved with the organization of the candidates. Is there any insight on the future of when they might resume, or it was very unfortunate how things happened, but any idea on what's the future of the candidates for this year?
Russia started international flights already from the 1st of August. And I think in half of the month we shall have previous communications. As soon as European community will be open for international flights, we can start or restart the second part of candidates matches.
So you are hopeful of it happening in 2020?
Yes, for sure.
And would Ekaterinburg be the first choice for the candidates to resume as well?
What do you mean first choice? Ekaterinburg has full rights.
All right, well, we definitely look forward to that happening. I think all of us are missing over the board chess a lot. And Anatoly, in this entire tournament, out of all the legends playing over here, Peter Swidler was the only one who made it into the semifinals. And this tournament was also about a clash of ages, of different generation. Do you think that, at least in this format, the younger generation has a much bigger advantage over these experienced guys?
I think so. In rapid chess, young players have better chances. And actually, I was not in favor of this formula because I received the invitation to play, and I refused because I don't understand why we must play in such schedule what they offered. Because online you don't save any expenses when you make one rest day or 2 rest days, and it's very difficult, and tension is high to play each day couple of games, especially if you must play additional games.
Yeah, that's quite interesting because Anatoly, a lot of players said that themselves that it surprisingly didn't have a rest day, and the schedule has been extremely brutal for these players. Do you think, added to that, having 4 games of rapid every day, and also your opinion on the Armageddon, that also probably was a disadvantage to these legends besides the brutality of the schedule itself?
This I'm not ready to discuss because I didn't think too deep. I immediately asked question, why don't we have rest days?
Right.
But in general, you know, when we started to organize rapid chess competitions, I played the first European championship rapid chess in Gijón in Spain. And then Campomanes, he was president of FIDE, and he had chess background. He played even in Moscow Chess Olympiad in 1956 for the Philippine team. And then I asked why he started to organize with 5 games a day. And then I asked him, what is the torture you organized? And then he said, that time we didn't have the schedule 25 minutes plus 10 seconds for each move. We had just 30 minutes for each game. And then he said, but each game 1 hour, and then you play classical chess 5 hours game, and here you play the same 5 hours. Yes. And then I said, Campo, but it's big difference to play 1 game 5 hours or 5 games in 5 hours. Yes. Different intensity of thinking process, and you play when you play rapid chess, it means you play each game starting with the time trouble, and so to have 5 time troubles a day, that's very exhausting. And he accepted the position, and then we never had more than 4 games a day in rapid chess. Even we started to organize this with 3 games a day, which I believe maximum for 1 day for the top chess.
Andrei, that's actually very very insightful to hear, because it is true that even if 1 game lasts for very long, the stamina and the stress level is actually much higher to play many short games in a day than to just play 1 game. And this is a point that has come up a lot of times. Judith, because you're here with us and we haven't spoken to you about this, I think it'll be nice to hear. Firstly, did you receive an invitation for this event?
Yes, I did.
And did you have the same reservations as Anatoly?
No, I was actually not going into the details. Before I got too much information, I told to the person who got invited me that, well, actually, I retired for 6 years and I'm not competing. So I'm just, I know that if I would accept something like this, I would be nervous. I would want to catch up the last years of preparation and I would have to focus. And even then, obviously, I wouldn't be able to perform that I would be happy with, not even to talk about my fans. But I mean, it's not my piece of bread by now to compete, but I'm happy to be here around with the legends like Anatoly and Gary, and of course the players who are competing. It's a great feeling to be here around, even if it's online only.
It's Judith, if we can't have you play in this tournament, having you here with us like this, it could not have been better. So thank you for that. And thank you, Anatoly, for joining us. The games are about to kick off soon, but I do have a big announcement for everybody that we will be having a simul with we have one with Magnus Carlsen. The details of that will be coming up soon. But we also have another simul with one of our other legends. Peter Swidler will be playing with whoever actually signs up for a 2-year membership, but you've got to use the code SIMUL2. So Peter Swidler will be giving a simul on 7th of August, and you can have a guaranteed spot in that and challenge Peter. The time control is going to be 30 minutes with 30 seconds increment. And I am actually going to confirm on the time control, but I think that's what it is. You've got to buy or extend to a 2-year plan to have your shot of playing against Peter Swidler in a simul on 7th. And with that, I'm going to pass it on to Jan, Judith, and Anatoly to take it away with game 3, which is about to begin.
Yeah, score is tied 1-1. Anish Giri with the white pieces. What are we expecting? 1 knight f3 again?
Probably.
Gone well for him so far.
I kind of feel the tension the players are having right now, seeing them on the screen also. And it seems that like both want to win so much that they go for a more solid approach. In the first 2 games, at least, this is what we've seen, that Anish could have had a few moments where he could go sharper or play for a win. And somehow it seems like his mindset is more that he doesn't mind the draw and then go for the next stage, next game.
And we get the strange opening again. Anatoly, how do you feel about this move, knight to c6?
So I don't believe this is positional proved, let's say. But
Looks so strange, doesn't it?
yeah.
So let's see, bishop f4. C takes d5 he played before, right? And then
Last
bishop
game
f4.
was CD, ED, bishop f4, knight f6, e3, and he played this bishop d6, which looked bad, and Sasha suggested bishop b4 in Magnus.
And then what about bishop g6? Then
Then bishop g5, that was the game, and he suffered.
It should be better for white.
Yeah.
Black played bishop b4 there, I think.
And new move by Anish Giri. He does not repeat. He goes bishop g5 directly this time around. Bishop e7, knight ce7.
Okay, so the knight on c6.
No, e3.
Also,
Why not queen e3?
well, with what?
Yes.
Queen b3 was there probably.
Yeah,
But then c6 or queen b7, rook b8. Yeah, maybe. Or even this, yeah.
Yeah, could be. So, knight f6, bishop e2, and h6. He spends another tempo.
Well, maybe he was he didn't like to have knight h4 and giving up his bishop.
No, but it's
Castles.
completely equal position.
I think black is okay already, yeah? Queen b3, rook b8.
Well, knight will go to e5, I guess.
But
maybe first taking
white
on
bishop is
d5.
better than white bishop. So at the moment, at that moment, you have to exchange this. And then it's draw.
Yeah, looks like Nepomniachtchi got a much better position this time around.
Yeah, I mean, normally the bishop is not on f5. Or is it? In such a position? No?
If bishop on c8, then white is better. But
Yeah.
But
on f5, there's black has not really a problem, it seems.
yes, no problem.
So what does this mean? We'll get another draw?
Yes, almost.
Anatoly is straightforward.
Telling it like it is. 92.
Well, it's clear that Anish is playing very careful.
So bishop h7 now.
Or g6. Yeah, g6.
Okay, g6 is possible.
Okay, so now rook a8 or a6? Or a5?
a6 is possible also.
But maybe after a6, white goes knight b3 and to c5.
No, but even queen c7 is possible. With knight on d2.
He played rook to a8.
He did went rook a8, didn't want to make weaknesses.
Queen c7, what happens? Queen c7. Rook a8, yes, also possible.
Sasha, are you fascinated by this game?
Not yet, but it can always get exciting in the rapids. I mean, even the previous game, it got pretty exciting. Just after, like 1 minute after we thought it's going to be a draw, and then suddenly black was clearly better. So let's see. I mean, there is still some potential. For example, now black should react somehow. I mean, if white will play queen b2, a4, b5, he will get some slight advantage. So let's see. I thought, I don't know, a5 I thought was maybe interesting, maybe bad, but a5, I guess white will play b5, c b5. So now if c d5, there is b4, so c b5. And I don't know, what is it? Knight f5, I guess, yeah.
Just drawing arrows.
But this is better for white. Knight b3, knight c5 later on.
Maybe that's why I was not sure. But now also black is in some danger, I would say. Not much, but white can play c5 at some point and then b5. But I think now I'm almost sure which move Anish will make. I think it's h3. I know, I'm wrong. Sorry.
b5.
I don't know. I would make a window for the king.
But is this a big deal? C takes b5, C takes b5?
I was wondering if it was c5.
c5.
c5, knight c4, knight c4, queen b5, you want. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a different story, of course.
What about dc4 now? What is white? bc, b5. Yes, that was my idea.
And we would have a game.
Yeah, maybe dc4 he wants to play bishop, or maybe knight c4. Maybe knight c4 and knight b5, knight e5.
Knight b5.
But knight d6, I don't know what it is. It's a strange position. And of course, white can also play, I guess. I guess if dc4, bishop c4, there is queen b6. and white lost a pawn. So so let's see. Actually, we have a game brewing after d takes c4.
Jan in deep thought.
Yeah, Jan is having deep 30 seconds.
But we have
thought.
rook a4 instead.
It looks like a very strange move. What if now c5? I guess knight e4, but then I don't know. Maybe take and b6. How simple?
So
is that?
d takes c takes d5. No, here if knight e4, then knight f3, coming to e5.
You mean after, yeah.
No, then bishop h5 maybe.
Yes,
But even this, yeah, take and knight e5.
Takes a knight e5 or immediately?
Yeah. No, I don't know what is Jan doing.
c5 knight e4 is on the board.
But even let's say we take, bishop takes b6. How easy is this for black? Because my point is, if we play b6 first, and after taking on d2 and playing queen a8, black doesn't let white to play rook a1. But now we will play rook
Why do
a1.
you want to play b6? Just play rook a1. Exchange rooks first.
Ah, okay. Maybe.
Makes a lot of sense. Though black can go maybe queen g5, intermediate,
Bishop
and
f5.
then rook a8.
Rook a8.
Maybe you can just take a pawn, I'm not sure. Takes on a4, takes on b6, and queen b6.
No, this I wouldn't. Rook
But it
a2.
can be dangerous, right? Rook a2
No, that's
and queen f6.
queen f6.
But
Or queen h4. Maybe it's even stronger. Queen h4 first.
Yes.
You have to go f4.
No, but why queen f6? Queen h5 and queen f3.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
yeah, but why we
far.
could just play rook a1 instead of bc6? Isn't it very dangerous for black? Just take on a4, take on a4, and rook a1.
Queen a check and queen f7.
What?
No,
Sorry,
queen
missed it.
h4 is not good. Queen a check and queen takes f7, protecting.
Ah.
Yes.
Still bishop f5. g3 is the only move. Then queen g4.
But white can go queen f3 anyway.
Queen f3 anyway.
Yeah, looks scary. So knight e4, he goes rook a1.
Actually, rook
Directly.
a1 immediately, yeah.
Also very logical, no counterplay.
Yeah.
Actually, Anish nicely creates the possibility for himself.
What's this classic game where white goes b6 and puts stuff on a7? Some Rubinstein?
I think it's Capablanca. We were
Capablanca?
talking about this some
Yeah.
days ago.
Yeah.
Capablanca against somebody. Treibel, maybe. I remember Kasimzhanov was saying that Anish is not Treibel. That's why I remember.
Capablanca, was he your role model, Anatoly? I read it somewhere. I'm not sure if it's true.
Yep. It was. No, white is better here. Yeah. We don't know.
No,
much.
I think it's terribly dangerous for black, just terribly. And I mean, even more so since there is no real counterplay. I mean, sometimes it's better.
Very terrible. So we take on A1, we take on D2.
Yes.
And then we can play F6 and bring bishop to defend the pawns.
No, yes, but it's not how Jan is
A7.
playing. No, he will hate his position. I mean, even if it's holdable.
But is it?
Maybe it's not. I don't know. I mean, even if it is, he will. No, that's looks.
No, why it's horrible?
I mean, he played just extremely careless last
No, rook
7 moves.
F7.
But actually, it seems like he's not happy because after rook A1, he's thinking, and I don't think there is another move than exchanging the rook on A1.
Yeah.
Is there any other move? Well, queen A5, isn't it grabbing the queen trap?
No, this is no, this is not
Not ideal. So what else is there? Rook A8 back, but doesn't look very tempting either.
No, we take on rook A1. Rook A1.
Okay, so it happened. It's on the board. Yeah, very difficult to see counterplay for black.
Jan's gonna be so miserable after what happened yesterday. Now he's sitting here defending this.
I don't know. I have a feeling he's going to take on B5, maybe. I don't know, just to, clarify the situation on the queen side. Because if you don't take, you have to always be aware of both BC6 and B6. And also white is not obliged to do either of those. So CB5, just to clarify. I don't know. I think it fits maybe his style. Let's see. I might be wrong.
No, but then king B4. No, I would play queen B4.
Didn't happen. He recaptured. But yeah.
He recaptured his bishop.
Yep. Queen B8.
I guess he wants E5 sometimes. He prepares maybe E5.
Does that help him?
No, I don't know. But...
Yeah, queen B2 I would also go for.
Oof, looks horrible.
Maybe rook C8 to insist on playing E5.
Yeah, but
bishop F1.
Okay, I advertised it so much, I have to play it.
Rook A. Oh.
No, I don't know. Now at least, okay, take on D4. And some, I don't know. Rook E8. Maybe.
Wow. Zasha knows his Nepomniachtchi.
Actually, I'm not even sure that F4 is not possible to stop all kind of counter chances.
Yeah, now bishop is out of play.
Not Anish style.
Black,
I know
black
my Anish.
Black.
F4.
Yeah, I would bet against him playing F4.
But what happens if bishop D7?
Rook D8.
Rook D8, bishop A4.
Back to C8, I guess.
Back to C8. Then what we need here. Yeah.
Nepomniachtchi already spent 3 minutes of his time.
Yeah, he has to fasten up.
But Anish also still has 10 minutes left, so they've reached this position quickly.
So F4 played,
Whoa!
Bishop E4.
Anish let me down again.
Rook A3.
Actually, bishop d3 to exchange, yeah.
No, I want to play Rook B3 at that moment.
Yeah, but at some point, maybe even bishop d3 is
Also
interesting to
unpleasant.
consider.
Yeah.
G5.
Wow. Well, we discussed this, right? In any game, if you don't play g5, some pawn moves, then
But then king is
not a
open.
modern game.
No, of course we should take on G5.
You think so?
Yeah, I think.
But
Why
then
not?
you go take h takes g5, playing f5, king g7, rook h8, looking for counterplay.
No, Rook A3.
King
FG played.
g7.
Hmm?
King g7, there's not going to be enough. Yeah, rook b3. G3.
G3.
It seems like pawn is taken in the next move.
Yeah, there are no real tricks. Yeah, it looks like some counterplay, but
This maneuver is very strong. It's rook a3, rook b3. No, let's see if he spots that.
Yeah, the battery is strong when the rook is in the front.
Do you call that a Jochin's gun, or it's only with two rooks? I think it's two rooks, no? And then the queen.
But okay, let's say I play passively. Rook a3, king g7, rook b3, rook c7. How does white
Can't you go
play
bishop
through?
a6?
Bishop A6.
Ah, you cannot force. Okay, so then I have to prepare for it, to play rook c7 after rook a3, I guess. Rook b3, queen c8, or queen a8.
Yeah.
So maybe rook a6 is possible.
Okay, king g7. I'm afraid queen g3. I mean, transferring the queen to g3 will be very unpleasant at some point.
Yeah, maybe rook b3 was easier, and then queen f2, queen g3.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's very unpleasant, of course, but I mean, I'm just trying to get some chances.
Rook a3 is played. What about e5 now? Does it make any sense or not really? Simply rook b3.
Rook b3.
Nothing really happening.
And then we take on e5.
And if he takes d4, then rook b7 intermediate.
B7, of course.
Okay, so e5 is not possible.
Then you must play rook c7. And then queen f2.
No, it looks very difficult for black.
Queen f6 is very big stretch. King g7 is the only move, yeah? Or queen d8 possible, maybe.
Queen g3?
But then queen g3, yeah. And then probably h4, just to open king completely.
So Jan allows bishop a6. He played like my first proposal. So he allowed bishop a6. So let's
And
see.
what does he have in mind?
Bishop a6 is very strong.
Queen a7, rook b7. Ah, good trick.
No, queen a5 at the end.
Yeah, rook b7, queen a6, and queen a5.
Queen a6 and queen a5. Mate on e1.
That's a
Bravo.
nasty one. And if bishop b7,
No, but
also
bishop
queen
b7.
a5, but then king f2.
Bishop b7, queen a5, king f2.
Queen a7 is on the board. Let's see what Anish has in mind.
Bishop b7. Queen f2, king f2. No squares for penetration. And then c6. And then rook a3. And give up.
Looks good. Queen a5 played.
So king f2.
What about f5?
f5, c6.
f4? Just
No, but
rook a.
rook a3 now. Rook
a3.
a3,
Rook
because
a3,
it's check.
Yeah, king on g7.
Ah, okay, yes. Yeah. Nice. Okay, and if no f5, there are no active moves.
Yeah.
And kind of c6 is threatening strongly.
c6 and rook a3. Queen is trapped on a5. This is
Okay, so we have to go to last resort, sort of, to play rook e7, I guess, now. Yeah, you can play it.
rook e7.
Played.
Two, play queen c7 sometimes
But then
to attack h2.
Queen c7, king g1.
no, queen c7, no, queen c3 maybe.
Ah, but you don't care about the rook on queen on h2?
No, king g1. So
c6 rook to e8 on the board.
Ah, this is the game. Well, it seems like that's the only counter chance for
Yes.
black to go to h8.
Oh, yes.
But what about playing rook b6 now and c7? Or rook h8, rook h2?
No.
Yeah.
No. You can play king g3.
Queen e1,
Yes, queen e1.
2.
No, and if h3, then g4, yeah?
But now c7 in time.
7,
Take.
h2.
h3.
But that's takes and h2, and it's a draw.
And then
Black is fine.
or pawn takes on g2 even.
It's not only fine, black is winning.
I don't know. I'm actually not sure bishop a6 was the correct move. I mean, white could just keep the domination if he played some, okay,
No,
rook
but he can
b6
play-
or queen
Can
f2.
play rook a3.
He played.
No, rook. What is? Where is everything? Bishop a6, queen a7.
He played rook a3, queen c7.
Yes. No, c6, rook e7, rook e8, rook a3, queen c7, only move, and then g3. Okay.
G3, rook
Queen
h8.
d1.
Also, queen d8 can be unpleasant. Queen e7. Queen e7. But
Can
rook,
we
rook h8. Rook h8, king g1.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then we just improve our position. Then we play rook
I don't
a1,
know.
rook
Looks
f1.
not simple. King goes out, rook h3.
Yeah, he started
It's
with
on the
king
board.
d1, rook h8,
G3,
pawn
rook
to
h3.
g3.
Rook h3, no threat. Or there is threat.
Well, not yet. But actually, I do have a threat, no?
Okay, queen f2.
Queen f2, rook h6. This is on
Yeah,
the board.
played.
Is it played?
Mhm.
Yep.
No, actually, it can be very dangerous for white in a second. Queen b6, mate on the back rank.
Okay, I'm pretty sure he will play rook a1, rook f6, queen, I don't know,
E2.
e2, then rook f3, I guess.
Rook
And
f3.
But then rook.
Then rook
I'm not
c1.
sure white is doing so well.
No, rook c1. And then queen e1, bishop a6, and coming back.
Queen
Or
e1
bishop-
is strong.
or bishop
That's powerful.
but after queen e1, maybe I will have queen b6 in the end of this line.
Where?
Okay, so all this, what you said. Okay, now some move, I don't know which one, I don't know, let's say king g6 or whatever. And
Then-
if queen e1, queen b6.
No. First I play bishop a6.
Ah, no, that's another story, yes.
Yeah.
That's, yes.
c7, what's the trick?
Queen b2. Ah, and no threat. Ah, c8 and no threat.
No threat.
Ah, okay.
Rook is protected.
Yeah.
He played queen e1 directly to rook h6.
But now there is queen b6 forcing rook a2, I guess, yeah?
Yes.
And so
Maybe
now,
black wants to go e5.
maybe.
Queen b6 played.
Ah, or
Very
maybe he
typical.
wants queen c1 now. Maybe queen c1, maybe
Yes.
not rook a2.
Yes.
And now c7 is an idea.
So he
Queen
must
c1
play
is powerful.
rook a8. Yeah?
But after rook a8, rook c3.
Yeah.
And he spotted queen c1.
Is it on the board?
Yes. Four minutes left for Giri, 8.5 for Nepomniachtchi.
There is an interesting line, rook h8, bishop a6, rook a8, c7, what's going on here?
You want to go rook a6 somehow, but probably
Rook
white
a6,
queen.
take, c8, queen e2, queen f1, queen e3, queen f2, and there is no queen c1.
No perpetual. But
And
anyway,
queen c1.
probably after rook a6, white just queens immediately. No?
What's happening? Queen b6, rook a2, rook f6. Queen c1, queen c7, and he went back to e1. Whoa.
Ah, maybe he was afraid of queen take g3.
Yes. No, this is not good for white.
No,
So
that's
queen
why he went
e1,
back.
yeah. Then
Queen
queen
b6.
b6, and then rook a2, yeah.
And rook f6.
f6. So if queen c1, then bishop d3, I guess, or what?
No, bishop d3, then c7.
And now maybe something.
And then rook f1 check.
Yes,
Take,
take,
and then
c8,
and then
queen b1, yeah?
And then what?
Queen b1, maybe?
Then
Queen
bishop.
No,
c2.
then queen c2, no. So,
No,
okay, some other move.
Bishop
Bishop,
h3. Bishop h3.
Queen c2 takes, and we continue. Yeah?
Okay, then compensation.
Yeah, this will be not too easy to win.
Yeah.
so maybe we will have it on the board because Anish played queen c1.
No, but after bishop d3, probably rook f2.
Yes, but how simple is this? Because white king. Okay, just take and play bishop c4 maybe.
But by the way, can't black go e5? Or not really? Because c7, yeah, in the very beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah, e5, c7.
No, but here we can take on e5.
After that, I wanted to go rook f3.
We take on c5, on e5. Then rook b2.
Queen a7.
a7. What? Rook e2. Rook e2.
d4.
Rooks were exchanged. Rook f2. Rook takes f2 on the board. King takes.
Queen a5, yeah? Oh, queen a5, queen b2.
Bishop c4 maybe.
Bishop c4, then g4. Or h4. No, maybe h4.
He played bishop to c4.
And what happens if you play what? If e4 is not so good, yeah? But queen d2.
Queen b1.
b1.
Queen there, yeah. No, that's not good. Queen.
Feels like Nepomniachtchi is gonna survive this, no?
I mean, if Anish doesn't blunder a mate, I think maybe Jan is the favorite now in this game.
No, but if king f3,
g4 played.
g4.
I like g4 maybe.
Yeah.
Though queen c7 comes. Isn't it? Queen c7 and then
King g2.
But maybe white just cannot progress, even if we play, okay, queen b6 back, or I don't know.
Maybe bishop on b7 is very strange, yeah. No, if you play...
Okay, white can go queen d2 or queen e1.
No, if e4 is probably dangerous.
Yeah, e4 I'm a bit afraid of this black.
But e4 you go king g6.
Then queen e3.
Queen b2. Queen f2.
queen f2, yeah.
The game queen to a5 was played, headed
Queen
for the
f5.
a2 square.
Queen a5, queen b2, yeah.
e4.
And
Action.
e4. But then this is draw. Queen a2 check.
King G1.
King g1.
Two.
King g1. Queen e2.
Queen E2.
Queen e2, queen g5 check, king h7. Queen f2. What?
Or Queen F4.
Queen f4. Yeah. Queen on a5, yeah?
Yes. Queen on A5 originally after
Queen
A4.
a5, e4 is on the board.
e4, then if we play f6,
maybe e5 he wants.
e5, but then check on queen e2.
Ah, yes.
f6 played.
Uh-huh.
But then what is the mechanism? So let's say e5, queen a2, king g1, queen e2, take f6.
King
Maybe
F6.
you should play king f7 to avoid checks.
What checks?
Please check.
Because let's say you play king f6, my plan was to play h3. And
Queen F3?
you
Queen f6.
queen f3, queen e1 or something.
If queen takes on h3, then queen f2 check.
Yeah. Or queen e5 check also interesting. Queen e5, king f7, yeah. Okay.
No, c7 is possible. c7. King h2,
Queen F4.
queen f3,
Queen D2.
and then king g1,
Queen D1.
king g2,
Queen F1.
queen f1,
King H2. Queen E2.
queen e2,
Queen G2.
and then queen h5 check.
Queen H5 check.
Yeah, then it's draw.
King G3 is losing to Queen H4.
But
So this is
also,
Wait, yeah, queen f4.
but we have this in on the board, this Queen E2 position.
yeah, but I'm pretty sure Nepomniachtchi is going to play king f7. I mean, this pawn, I think, doesn't matter with queens on the board. And to not worry about these counter checks on f5, I think works a lot. That's how I feel.
Giri starts with a3, doesn't even take on f6.
Okay, I think it doesn't
Queen
matter.
f3.
We played H3 here.
Mhm.
Then we take on f6, of course.
Yeah, and I vote for king f7. I mean,
King
I don't see downside of this.
Then queen e1 only move, yeah?
Okay, take h3.
Then you take on h3, yes.
I mean, I cannot believe there will not be a perpetual for that.
Are you sure you make perpetual?
Queen D3, even more interesting, taking on D4.
Yeah, but then he takes.
King F7.
Yeah.
Blitzed out, king f7.
But then queen e1.
Queen takes D4.
Queen f2.
Queen E5. And suddenly, who is better?
Queen e5.
Maybe it's time to play king f2, and in order to meet queen d4, queen e3. I don't know. to run away from this
Queen
mating
B2.
patterns. Queen B2, King G3,
King G3.
Bishop F1, I guess.
But then Bishop F1.
Queen F3. Maybe
Yeah.
I'm gonna...
Queen F3.
But we have maybe this, Queen take G5. So maybe this is the right move.
No, he just went for a
checkmate.
draw.
Then
No,
Like as a
but
potential.
White is playing for a draw for already like 5 moves at least.
oh, it's draw. And it's done, yeah?
No, Black is thinking. Giri down to 30 seconds. Jan still
Okay,
has
but
4
there is not
minutes.
much to think about, right?
Probably not. We can take a pawn.
Okay, he can take the pawn, but after that. Or Queen D4. You go where? King H2.
No, King D4, King G2, or King H2. No, King G2.
Yeah.
Then Queen E4 check.
Wow. He had the pawn up, and what a position, Anish. And somehow
He missed.
he missed it. He misplayed it.
But I still think that once he had a pawn up, it was very difficult to win. I mean, even if Bishop A6 was the best move, I still don't like it because it allowed really lots of counterplay. I mean,
And draw agreed.
Yeah. No, probably he should
Wow.
exchange bishops when king was open. Just play rook a3, what we played, and then fg5, yes, here, and then exchange bishops to avoid any danger, and then to combine threats on king and queen side.
Well, it was a fun game.
Yeah.
We predicted a draw here.
Very interesting.
Okay.
It became more dramatic.
Bye.
Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Karpov. It's been an honor.
Yeah. Probably see you
Bye.
tomorrow. Bye.
so
Bye, Anatoly.
if we have half a minute before this social media stuff, I want to summarize this game. I think it's a very interesting game and a very remarkable one because both players showed both their strong and weak points. So Anish showed very nice strategical play, and then this uncertainty when converting big advantage, and Jan showed not great playing in this Queen's Gambit structure, but then amazing resourcefulness, just amazing one. So, I mean, a very remarkable game.
Yeah, somewhat often have these games, no, where Anish outplays him, but only then it starts, and it always gets very messy.
Yeah, but as I said in their match in the group here, Anish had like plus 14 in 3 games, and he scored half a point out of 3. So.
We have more guests on the call. Chess24 CEO Sebastian Kunert is joining us. Sebastian, what's going on?
Hi, Jan. Pleasure to be here. Hi, Judith. Hi, Tanya.
Hi.
Hi, Alexander. Yeah, pleasure.
What can you tell us? What's happening in the world out there?
Oh, well, a lot of things, but yeah, it's more interesting what's going on here, I think. Really amazing to see yesterday, Karpov today. You did all the time these days. It's really fantastic. And of course, you, Jan, yourself, our very own legend. So yeah, very nice to watch.
Don't hurt Sasha's feelings. He's leaving already.
Well, sorry, Alex.
So,
Thank you,
Sebastian.
Sebastian.
Go ahead, Tanya.
Thank you, Sebastian, for joining us. And the big news everywhere is just the Legends of Chess, of course, the tournament itself, but also the brilliant commentary setup that we have with all these legends commentating. We've had the 12th world champion, the 13th world champion. We've got the 14th, 15th, and the 16th world champion playing the event. Sebastian, what I want to know is, how did chess24 manage to get all these great legends together for this event?
Well, that was indeed the dream. Like when we thought about the concept for the legends, we were hoping that it would be possible to get all of them together, but most people said it will be impossible, and that the odds are very much stacked against us. But yeah, we simply tried every day. Also, would like to say thanks to a lot of people that have been involved in this. So Espen Achterstein has been a great help, and then also Fide and Mr. Dvorkovic. And yeah, a lot of people in our team. So Jan, Divis, Aileen, Sotiris, who's here behind the scenes mixing all of these. Yeah, just really resourcefully tapping into our network. But yeah, I think it's also the tournament itself simply that is very attractive to the legends. I think it's, or I can only imagine, Judith can probably give better insight, but it's also, there's not that many reasons for all of you to come together all the time. I was a little bit wondering when thinking about Magnus and Anish, for example, also like, will they be tweeting at each other in 20 years, or like, would they be happy to have any reason to tweet to each other if we give it to them? You know, it's a bit like that I feel like also draws not only the viewers but also the legends in. So Judith, how I mean, when I asked you whether you wanted to play, yeah, like you said earlier, the answer was a quick one, but then you were very open to join for the commentary.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So yeah, is it a bit of that feeling, Judith, of like a homecoming of the legends?
Yeah, it's a kind of, some parts are very nostalgic feelings. When Tanya was asking about my experiences with Gary, and of course it's in this new life when everything moved online, it's we somehow get used to it quite quickly, and it's nice to see the legends over the screen. And as we know each other so well, it's not really a problem to see only each other on the screen. We know quite a lot about each other's thoughts, and we all have a great respect, I think, for each other. So we have a good time by joining in, apart from having so many other things we are doing every day.
You could really feel it. I mean, for me, yeah, like this, it's just phenomenal that it worked out. I'm overjoyed. Thank you for joining, Judith.
Thanks.
Sebastian, you know, for the outside world, this tournament has been tremendous, especially given the circumstances. It's provided so much joy and so much action for all of us, and it looks very smooth. But were there any challenges behind the scenes, like you were talking about? Were there any challenges in putting this together, or were all the players and everybody involved very happy to come on board with this?
Yeah, so let's maybe start with the Magnus Carlsen Invitational, the first one, because it wasn't planned when we were doing the candidates. We didn't have a plan that if there is a COVID-19 crisis in the world, we will start our own tournament. Like we really put it together in those 2 weeks after the candidates got put on hold, and then from there, yeah, we just went with the flow and with the amazing feedback that we got from all of our members and users. So that really inspired us to start the whole tour with and Magnus, of course. So yeah, that's. But yeah, smooth. I mean, smooth is smooth is a different world than when you basically build the plane while you're jumping out of the skyscraper, or whatever analogy fits best. But we got better every day, and from tournament to tournament, and also each tournament got its own flavor, I think, and that's something I feel very proud of, because for the hardcore chess fans, it's maybe not so important to feel that each tournament has like a special theme or so. But if you want to grow the sport beyond its existing fans, then you have to take different angles that are interesting for different people.
Yeah, wow, it's absolutely amazing to hear that this entire concept was put together between the candidates being stopped and the first Magnus Carlsen Invitational. I think that happened early April. So within a very short period of time, that's incredible, Sebastian. But also tell us.
There's also multiple marriages on the edge in the team. So I get the complaints from time to time, but it's of course also simply a point to say thanks to everybody in the team and around the team that has been working so tirelessly on all of this.
I can assure you, whatever the complaints are, we don't see any of it from this side of the screen. Also tell us, Sebastian, besides crushing the field, what has been Magnus Carlsen's role in putting this whole tour together?
Well, it wouldn't be possible without Magnus. People want to play with the number one. He was very, very supportive from the start. Like and you could clearly see it in his face when the candidates was put on hold. I mean, he enjoyed commentating it, and I remember you were having a great time together there. And then, boom! From one day to the next, I think it would have been tough for him and many of the other participants of the tour to just sit by idly. And so I think it's driven by that spirit and this sense of responsibility, and also the ambition to do something that people are proud of.
Absolutely. And I think the unique part, or what I have been really fascinated by, and I'm sure a lot of us actually, has been that, yes, the chess has been there, but Chess24 has also gotten so many unique programs around the Magnus Carlsen chess tour. There's the banter blitz going on, there are the Q&As going on, and now we've also got this simul coming up. So there's like constant innovation, as well as it feels like a celebration of the game. I want to also know that how did players of the past like Boris Gelfand or Peter Lecco, how do they react when you tell them that they need to come and play a banter blitz or do a Q&A? Because that feels out of their comfort zone, no?
Yeah, so I explained, it was, for example, also funny with Ivanchuk, with Vasil. He was like, and I really have to play against the normal user, or also with Vladimir Kramnik. It's part of the concept. It's part of really establishing a bridge between the viewers and the players, and making it something special, bringing people together over the internet. I mean, the distance it becomes so close, and that's where we want to bring this element together. So that's that it's been, in the end, they were extremely happy to do this, and thrilled by the tournament, and also by these activities and interacting with the users and our premium members.
Sebastian, the games are starting, but we'll get to that shortly. I've got just one question before we bring on Jan and Judith. The innovation around the event is just immense. Like you said, with all these programs around it. The finals are coming soon, starting on August 9th. And it's a little bittersweet because it also means that the tour is coming to an end. What can the chess community and the chess fans look forward to from Chess24? How are you going to top this?
Well, we're working on it. We'll stay true to our course and always try to innovate and make chess more and more enjoyable also in this online world.
We look forward to it. I'm going to hand it back to Jan, Sebastian, and I hope that we can have a little more chat with you after. Thank you so much for joining us. Over to Jan and Judith.
Thanks, Tanya. Thanks, Sebastian. We have not the most exciting of openings in this decisive game number 4, because it's another Berlin. And Judith, this is the most solid line there is, isn't it?
Yeah, I was playing it with from the white side. Quite a few games, I must say, without having too much success. But sometimes we can still see some interesting middle game. And as we saw in the previous games with the two players, Anish and Napo, sometimes even boring kind of games, they can come up with ideas that it can be a mess. But of course, here, usually it's going to be solid, and it seems like both players, I wouldn't say that they don't mind to make a even match and go for the blitz, but I think in their mind maybe they are a little bit already on that.
Yeah, although we've seen this, I think, in their Armageddon, was it? Then in these positions nowadays, white pushes his pawn to d5, like they used to play boring stuff, bishop d3, d5, bishop f4, and shake hands. But with his pawn on d5, things are not so easy. No, Sasha, you mentioned this game, Carlsen against Aronian, for example. Some tension.
No, sure, it's not so simple. And also in the Armageddon game, Anish got into a lot of trouble. So let's see how he handles it this time, because I'm sure he have done some work for today's match on this. So let's see. But now it's a bit different. Somehow white pawn is on c3 now.
On c3,
was on
yeah.
c2. Yeah. So.
And there were quite a lot of activity happening on the third rank with the white rook.
I'm just checking for comparison. This is their Armageddon game, where you had d5, d6, a4, a5, rook a3 was played. So, different story this time.
So this time it looks a bit safer for black, of course. Let's
Bishop
see.
g5, exchanging the bishops. Knight takes.
I guess either knight f6 will be played, or maybe it makes sense to first activate the queen, to play queen g5.
Yeah, it's interesting that pawn is on c3 and the whole position is so much different, right? The e1 queen is not attacking the a5, the rook cannot come on to a3.
Actually, I think the first one to come up with this concept with white was Judith in her game against Vladimir Kramnik. And I think Judith got a pretty clear advantage in this game, but then somehow they agreed to a draw quickly. But I think
probably I played against him this.
Maybe, I don't remember where. But you played fantastic game, but then just agreed to a draw.
But I had nothing there, I think.
No, computer does not think so.
You and your computer. But does white have anything here? It doesn't look like, no? Knight f6 has been played?
No, now it does not look like, I agree.
Yeah, the a4 pawn is also not clear.
I'm trying to understand what is the difference between this game. I will now load it. Let's see.
Well, really the huge difference is the pawn is on c3, which gives a completely different feeling and the opportunities, ideas for the position. And not much extra options, only b4 at some point, but I'm not sure it's going to be anything good for white.
Okay, so the major difference is you had queen, a knight on e3. And they have it as well. Sorry. What you had pawn on a2. You had pawn on a2. So you
Against
did not have
Vlad,
this
yeah?
weakness.
Didn't he play with his queen b8, queen a7?
Yes, you exchange the queens and agreed a draw, and computer thinks you can just play g4, h4, you know. And it was basically you had bishop on d3, all the same like here, but pawn on a2, and you had queen on d4, so he exchanged it via a7, and you agreed to a draw. But computer thinks you just play f3, g4, h4, king f2, and you just, I mean, he has no counterplay. Of course, I mean, he should be able
I'll double check it. I remember now the game that in Holland.
Yeah, it's Hugoven 2011.
Quite some years ago.
And
Played queen to d1.
so yeah, so we are likely to get something similar. If
Probably queen
Anish
b8
plays.
seems to be a nice move here.
Yeah, so queen b8, queen a7, take. Okay,
But
so
okay,
he plays
queen
queen
e7 is
a7.
also a very logical continuation.
Queen b3.
Queen
Okay,
b3,
so
b6.
we are now having something different. Maybe he wants queen c4 now to not allow rook e8.
It's a little annoying.
Yeah, queen c4 is a nice try. So black will go rook c8 again. No big deal. Queen e4 next.
Anish likes rook a7 though, so you can never write that off.
Nah, you shouldn't tease him with that. He played rook c8 in the Armageddon yesterday.
Yeah.
And it's there.
Okay.
Yeah,
bishop
bishop
d3
e3 against queen e4.
Okay. I think Anish is a little bit, has a little bit misplayed it. I mean, now white has some, you know, there is some discomfort.
He will go h5, h3, queen e5, queen g5.
Yeah, that seems right. That seems right.
Little something to work with.
Queen e5 immediately. I mean, with white, it's also not a big deal. Now, for example, after rook e1, knight g4.
Ah, yeah, very nice.
That's important. h3 plate. Stopping any potential jumps.
Actually, even g5 and queen f4. What do you think? I mean,
Yeah,
nowadays, I'm not embarrassed to say moves like this because it might as well be played.
Ever since Magnus played this crazy g5.
No, after that, sorry, but then anytime I can also say g5. But knight h5, of course. Anish is not aggressive these days. He goes for the solid. But knight h5 seems to be actually an excellent move. If he can reach to f4.
I'm reading. Jolly Boy is saying g5 is actually the computer's top move. There you go.
Oi, oi, oi. Which one? No, but actually it doesn't look dangerous for black because all the squares are controlled. f5 is not so weak, so it's okay. Okay, so what Jan has in mind after knight f4, bishop f1?
I guess because now there is no queen e4 anymore. So
But okay, what about
bishop
queen g5?
Maybe king h2.
No, maybe knight g6 and knight e5?
Yeah.
Knight f4, bishop f1 plate. What about h5? Ah, some jumps, maybe not.
Yeah, not really, but you have to be sure.
Actually, even now g5 maybe.
I thought I was being brave with h5. But
Maybe h5, h4 white plays. But then queen f6, g3 check. I don't know, what is this? Let's say queen f6, g3, knight h3, take, and f4. Maybe this, I don't know if it's, but I don't know.
And who is better?
Yeah, I have no idea.
I mean, let's go back with bishop to d7. I mean, if the white knight goes away from e3, then you have all kind of weak spots.
No, I mean, I will for sure play king f2, and then I will see what I'm going to do.
Queen g6. It's hard to imagine that black can get big problems.
Yeah, I guess.
Hard
I
to
guess
break.
you're right. Yeah.
So we have queen f6. Actually, against h4, I guess. Actually, queen f6, I like what he played, because g3 is not possible, h3 is hanging, h4 is not possible, but also king h2 is not possible, probably, to knight h3, or is it exaggerating? Takes, and knight g2. So for the moment, it's not possible to take on h3.
No, but I guess king h2, maybe some
Knight g6.
knight g6.
Yeah.
I don't know what's Anish plan if knight g4 now. Is he going to play queen g5 and now d5 is under attack? Does it work? I don't know.
Knight g4.
I guess black can also take and play knight g6, but it's a bit risky. This can.
Rook to d1.
Wow, that's unexpected.
Rook d4. So in this game, not on the third rank, but on the fourth rank. The rook.
But where does it go? Really, this rook?
Well, if it goes to e4, it's already something. And then the queen comes back. So from e4, it also defends the a4 pawn.
Yeah, but the thing is, this queen, okay, it looks a bit ugly on c4, but it also paralyzes black rook. And once you move it, there is always rook e8, I guess. So let's see what happens. I think if h5, rook d4, g5, there is h4, yeah? So that's not very good for black.
Stop messing up Anish king.
No, but still knight g6, it's not the end of the world. hg, queen g5. I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah, but he's not going to do this. Probably takes on g5 and rook e4.
f5. f5.
Oh.
So aggressive.
No, now rook e4 was not a good move.
Okay, so choosing between h6 and h5, you can bet on playing h6.
Well, of course he did h6.
Come on, he's played rook g1, g4 yesterday.
No, but with preparation, it's another story.
Yeah, actually, it's interesting that some players playing different type of moves with the preparation, without, right? When you have all the self-confidence with your preparation, practically people can play anything.
I usually play better when I'm still in preparation.
But you know, on this topic, it was a very interesting thing that Tukmakov written about Anish in his book, that his level of play drops when he gets out of preparation. And while I'm usually, I respect Tukmakov very much and like reading his, but this one is a bit ridiculous to me, because everyone's level drops when he falls out of preparation. I mean,
well, every top player maybe in the top 10, right?
No, but everyone's. I mean, okay, you fall out of preparation. I mean, the weaker you are, the more it drops, I think.
So preparation is computer moves at a 3300 level, and then you drop back to whatever your level is.
You drop at least 500 points in case of Magnus, and then 600, 700, and so on. And meanwhile, actually, Anish, you know, he pretends he is playing passively, but he prepared f5 in the meantime. So he's playing this game a bit like a snake, you know.
But it's interesting that you go queen d8 in order to be attacking.
Yes. But he's
Style.
getting ready to bite.
All right. Well, we're waiting for Jan to make up his mind. Let's very briefly switch back to Tanya and Sebastian, because I hear there's some announcements incoming. We'll be right back with the game.
Thank you, Jan. Yes, the action is still yet to heat up, but before that happens, let's find out what chess24 has in mind for the future, because Sebastian, like we were talking before the game started, that the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour is coming to an end. The final is happening soon. Tell us about the plans going forward. What can the chess fans look forward to?
Well, the new play zone is being worked on hard. We've had the little leak via a niche on Reddit, but that's not the end of the road there. So there's a lot more work being done there. Then we have the next season of the Blitz Cup coming up. So that's been another piece of legendary thing that has happened over the last year. Yeah, then we're looking at some other things up our sleeves that I don't want to reveal yet.
Sebastian, we have so much to look forward to for the premium members. And of course, as we've always said, that everything that chess24 does, if you guys want to support that and you find value in it, and there's also tons of video series that are available on it, consider going premium. But you also have a lot of non-premium members who are enjoying the content. They unfortunately are not able to be a part of the Banter Blitz or the Q&A. Is there something that they can also look forward to in the future?
Yeah, well, that's of course we will continue to do things for everybody, also the non-paying members. But yeah, I mean, we of course have to balance that, growing the overall sport of chess, and also making sure that we can pay our team. So there will always be some things like now the simuls that are for premium members, or Banter Blitz active participation, or also some special things in the new play zone, things like that are reserved for premium members. Yeah, or now the cups. I mean, I don't have one of the legendary ones, but I have one. So yeah, that all. I mean, having collector's editions like that, I think these are cool things. Cool ways also how people can support our efforts and show their appreciation. And yeah, for the final, we have something very special planned where I hope people will also be very eager to support it. Yeah, but now the simul with Peter Svidler, that is something to really look forward to and buy a 2-year premium membership for. I think that's definitely a no-brainer. And then yeah, of course, also the usual things that you mentioned. I mean, the video library is amazing. The appreciation that you express by going premium to all the commentators here in the broadcast working tirelessly, and all the people behind the scenes. It's beautiful, but I hope that we also really do add a lot of value for those that like to watch things, that like to hang out in a community where they can join can have their questions asked to the legends. Those are all things that are not normal, that maybe, like you did said, like we're taking them for granted so easily, because they, in this digital age, people seem closer and they quickly become more, let's say, normal people to us. But these are amazing achievements and amazing things that are available at the click of a button now.
Sebastian, I have to say that cup that you have with you has got nothing on the cups that are in the cup.
I have to wait for my delivery still, but this one is also good. I mean, but yeah, of course, that's what I'm talking about. We get better from tournament to tournament.
Those are some hot drops for sure. And you said that you can't reveal too much about the final in the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour, but can we also look forward to the legendary commentary that we've had for this event, the roster that chess24 has put up for the audience for this event, which is free to watch for everybody. Can we look forward to some of that in the Magnus Carlsen final event as well?
Yeah, that I leave to Jan to decide whom he wants around himself for that final.
All right, well, I'm going to ask Jan that later. I've got one. Yes, go on.
I think we will have a great team again for the final, and Jan has also some special things planned. We'll be in German and English from time to time and so on. So I think we will have very interesting mix of things going on.
Jan is known as the man with the plan, like we call him. So we look forward to Jan hearing from you about that. Sebastian, before we let you go, also want to ask you that with the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour, what, besides, of course, growing the sport, like you said, and bringing it to the audience and having these legends come together, what else has been the achievement, or what's been the goal of putting this entire tour together?
Yeah, it's been, like Magnus described, a part of giving back and entertaining the people there at home forward for the sport, because there have been many things that Magnus wanted to see that we could just do in this way, and at the same time also in terms of the media opportunities that we've had through this tour in bringing chess onto CNN, onto ESPN, The Guardian, and lots of national leading newspapers across the world. That has been one of the goals in bringing that forward and establishing chess a bit more the way that it should be seen as a sport, as entertainment also, but also very simply something that more people should enjoy, and having positioning it as a more amongst the top sports in the world.
And my final question, Sebastian, before we let you go and get back to the game, is that chess24 has, of course, put this entire tour together, as well as everything around the tour, the innovative activities that are there for the audience, for the members, the premium members, even the non-premium members. For you, for chess24 personally, what has been the big achievement with this tour? What has this tour contributed to chess24?
Well, I personally feel that Jan and our whole team have been innovating in the commentary space for years, long before streaming became a popular trend. And this is also the Legends of Chess, and naming it the Chess24 Legends of Chess is also a way to pay tribute to that innovation, achievement, disruption, or advance for the game that the team has brought forward. And the tour as a whole is hopefully simply showing that ambition is not something we are sentimental about or like just look back on, but something that how we want to move it forward.
Thank you so much, Sebastian, for all those insights and telling us that we've got a lot to look forward to. For today, we have to look forward to who is going to be the finalist, and the game is heating up, I think. And let's throw it back to Jan and Judith and Sasha. Thank you, Sebastian, for joining us.
Thank you very much. Enjoy.
All right, Jan, Judith, Sasha, take it.
Yeah, thanks, Sebastian. How much did we miss? F5 was played, rook to d4, queen g5, pawn to g3, pawn to f4, and here h4. Is it still equal? What's going on?
I think Anish is taking over, but it's not maybe dramatic yet.
So finally, he can move his rook also.
No, he has a very nice and harmonious position.
I'd be going rook f8 maybe, but h5 is also kind of good.
I guess
idea.
rook f8, he didn't like king h2, and you cannot stop f4 maybe. So that's why he takes measures against it. He plays h5, and now. And what do we have on the clock? Anish has 8 minutes, and Jan?
Anish is outpacing Jan. Jan down to 6 minutes. Anish still has 8.
H5 is an interesting plan.
Jan looks so determined.
I would be tempted to somehow sacrifice the d5 pawn, maybe play knight g2, because just to avoid this h4.
Knight g2 played. Wow.
Well, for Jan, it's normal. There is no game without a pawn sacrifice. So let's take it.
Yeah, I guess. Because otherwise white will just play queen e3 maybe.
Though black could be playing rook f8 also first.
Rook f8, queen e3.
And then I cannot do that anymore, yeah. Correct. Okay, well, let's see it is straightforward capturing on d5. I mean, instead of rook f8. Yeah.
I guess queen is 3 anyway. I don't know.
And now, for example, queen d1, rook d4, that we don't like for black. Yeah, but maybe black just goes queen c5 instead of queen d1.
You play rook to f8. So
rook f8.
Sasha was right for Team Jan, and Yuri was right for Team Anish.
Okay,
queen e3 also played.
It looks that white is okay now. Queen f6.
Knight f4.
Queen f4. Ah, yeah, and if knight e5, there is knight take h5.
Sorry, what was it? Queen e3, queen f6?
Yeah, knight f4, and if knight, no, f4, f. Knight e5, maybe white can take on h5. Knight f3, king g2, queen f5, knight f4.
Pawn up. You could have taken one, Anish. Is he going to take on e3?
I think he will just capture on e3.
Me too.
Yeah, but then how simple is it? So take...
Maybe, but why not? Takes rook knight e3, knight e5.
f4.
Knight f3 and knight d2.
Rook e7.
Rook f7.
Ah, and this knight is okay. He will not be taken.
Well, the pawn on a4 is hanging.
Yeah. So it's a draw. Yeah, white will take, play bishop.
Well, white can go takes, knight takes, knight e5, bishop e2.
Ah, yes.
Or king g2, also possible.
King g2 maybe allows g5. And then if f4, take knight g6. So I prefer knight bishop e2.
Bishop e2.
Sorry.
Oh, here g4, I guess. But probably immediately bishop e2 is better.
Yeah, Anish taking his time with this decision, if he wants to get rid of the queens or not. He's mentioned, though, that usually the longer he thinks about it, the more likely he is to get rid of queens. So maybe it's one of these things where he's thinking
What about
himself-
playing queen f5 and after knight you played knight f4 after that?
I guess.
And what about taking on f4? And
Take.
after rook f4, queen c2.
Maybe.
Or b1, I don't know. No, c2. Well, you can take on f8 and queen f3 check.
Queen
Oh,
f5
okay,
draw.
queen f5 is a draw.
But you have to make a move, Anish. If you let your clock run down, any position can be dangerous.
Oh, and he plays queen f5.
Wow.
So we are really playing Team Russia against Team Europe. Judith, were you a team captain of some of the teams in this FIDE Online Cup?
No.
You were not.
No.
Okay.
The Nations Cup, yeah?
Yeah. So Anish played for Team Europe, I guess, yeah?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, so...
Are you still a team captain, Judith, for the Hungarian national team? If we ever have an...
I was. After I retired, the year after I was the captain, and we won a medal in the European Championship in Reykjavik. And then the year later, in 2016, I was the captain for the men's team again.
Mm-hmm.
After that, I retired from that job.
Oof.
But it was a great challenge, and it was very interesting, but it was very special to be the captain after playing for like 15 or 20 years apart each other with Leko, Almashi, Berkesh, and all the others. And suddenly I was the captain. But of course, I knew better than anybody, I think, how to help the players off the board for sure.
What were your duties? Did you have to help with preparation, host team meetings? Like, how does it work in Hungary?
The preparation was mainly, it was not me, even though sometimes Berkesh and with some other players, I was discussing some lines and they were asking my advice, but not on details at all. I was more taking care of the training session in advance and keeping the contact with all the players. Where do they play? So we were discussing. I was helping to Almashi more because we were playing, but also to all the others, dealing with the federation on details, with the travels, hotels. Whenever something went wrong, then I had to handle that and represent the players so that they can play in the very quiet and relaxed environment, so they shouldn't be worried about anything. And of course, taking coffee and all the things during the game and motivate them that they're good.
Hungary always a great force in team events. You always have these guys like Erdős who appear not out of nowhere, but on a very high board, and then they have a great tournament.
Yeah, for him, he's an interesting player, but I think he's unfortunate that he didn't have so much support so that's why he's playing in a very extremely solid way. And but he has a great theoretical knowledge himself, and when he's brave enough to play out the game, then he can be also dangerous sometimes.
I'm a big fan. Queen e4 played.
Sorry?
No, I was just yelling out. Queen e4 was played.
For example, he was playing once on board one in when I was still playing in the European Championship. It was I don't know, in Poland. Then we put him on board one, and he was just making a great score. He was holding on the board one, and the others were playing on the other boards, scoring more.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to beat him. So what we are up to here?
Not sure. It's very difficult to beat either of the players here, I would guess.
Well, I guess Queen e4 exchange will happen.
Just...
Yeah.
Took already.
Okay, so rook 8 is what does this move mean? Maybe black wants ingenious
Rook
thing now.
E1.
Rook e1, king g2, rook e7.
Ah, that's a good one.
Maybe. Yeah, and it's played.
But it shouldn't be a problem for white. Bishop d3, rook goes to f4, d4. If
No, not at all. But I mean that maybe if white managed to force black rook to c8, it would be some problem for black. And now it's just completely equal.
yeah.
Bishop d3. So now
g5.
I don't know what he will do.
Bishop
g5 or bishop e8. Maybe bishop e8. Because the point is, if king f7, there is rook f4 check followed by bishop g6. So that should be avoided. And if g5, there is also bishop g6, and it's also, I think, a bit uncomfortable. So I guess bishop e8, and then if bishop f5, even bishop f7.
After bishop g6, bishop g4 is possible.
Yes, but it's very. No, of course, yeah, you're right, but
even maybe h4 is possible. Not now, after g5 and bishop g6.
Bravo, bravo, yes, you're totally right. Very nice.
That's important.
So then g5 looks like a good g5. So what should white do then?
Nothing. Anish accepted a draw.
Bravo.
Were they allowed to agree to? It's already move 43. Wow.
Move 40. After move 40, they're allowed. There's move 43.
I thought we are somehow earlier part of the game.
Yeah.
Okay,
Not
so
sure what
tension
happened.
grows higher.
Sorry?
Tension is growing. On one hand, yes, but also, you know, when the classical part of the match finishes, somehow it releases part of pressure, I feel, at least for many people.
But
because
I love that you
sort of
say
feel already I didn't lose. So.
it's quite impressive that you say that when the classical part is over. Let's say many years we were not saying something like this, right? On the rapid games. But I understand that, of course, the main time control what we have.
So that means we have two Blitz games coming up. And if it's still 1-1 after those two Blitz games, we get another Armageddon.
Yeah. Well, what do you think? Who holds the initiative so far in this match?
The initiative? I thought Anish was maybe a little closer to scoring a point.
I think also yesterday, I think Anish took over yesterday from this kind of perspective to have the initiative. He had more options, more opportunity to take over, right? He was making the decision to go passive, and I mean, he had the pawn up in the other game one, and then in the other games also, it was him who was trying more, or could be trying more, I think.
Although it's in a way also the story of their games. Anish is often pushing, but then when it gets messy, you feel like he could lose even a good position sometimes. But yeah, so far it must have been Anish. I would still choose Jan as a tiny favorite in the Blitz. Who do you have?
I think I choose Anish. Seeing this situation and seeing the games.
Yeah, I would choose Jan because I also would prefer to see his final against Magnus. I think it's, I mean, already Anish final against Magnus last tournament was very interesting, but I think if Jan plays Magnus, it will be even more interesting.
From that perspective, I probably agree.
I'm happy with either final. We could get a lot of social media drama if Anish makes it too. And speaking of social media drama, Tanya, what have we been missing? We have a couple minutes until the Blitz games start.
Yeah, and I have to agree with you that I think whatever final we get, whichever player makes it today, I think it's going to be an absolutely phenomenal final. Whether it's Anish Giri or Jan Nepomniachtchi, it's not just about the way the two have played the semifinals. I think they've clearly been the best players after Magnus Carlsen in the entire event. Consistent play, being able to take on the time format head on, whether it's gone into Armageddon or the Blitz portion. These two have clearly deserved their spot to be here right now. And we can see that the fight between them is just so up and down. And yesterday, it could have been all over, and Jan Nepomniachtchi came so close. And now I think, I'm sure he must be feeling it, because he had it yesterday with him. He had the match point at the very end of the Armageddon. Just moving that rook from G3 to either G6 or C3 would have sealed the deal then. But Anish Giri just showing such amazing resources, finding things, being very low on the clock, has definitely impressed us all. And I think whether it's Jan or it's Anish in the final, Magnus Carlsen is not going to have it easy. Before the next game starts, which is going into the Blitz portion, so if there's a tie, then we go into an Armageddon, and Jan Nepomniachtchi does pick the colors for the Armageddon because he finished higher in the preliminaries. My prediction for the Blitz is, it's hard to pick, but I would say that Jan perhaps might be able to edge out Anish here. I think he's just that slight bit faster, and his style of play is just harder to respond to when you're short on the clock. We've often seen Jan in rapid play with longer time formats rush certain decisions, especially the critical ones. And then when the opponent's got some time on the clock, it's sort of easy to find that. But when it goes into Blitz, it's much harder. Yesterday, Anish went down in the first Blitz game and had to strike back, and he did. But I think what really helped Anish a lot in the second game was indeed the novelty that he had prepared, and which tricked Jan very early on. I would probably pick Jan over this, but again, any final, we're up for it because it's going to be amazing. Now, before liftoff, let's also take a look at what everyone had to say on Twitter about all that's been going on in the Legends of Chess. And we had Tarye writing in with, when I interviewed Karpov 2.5 years ago, he said Carlsen was going through a crisis, but then he noted, if he comes back to his level from 2 years ago, I don't think anyone will be able to beat him. Carlsen has now gone 2 years and 121 games without losing. Wow, those are some incredible facts. And of course, Tarya coming out with all the Magnus facts we ever needed and Magnus stats that we ever need in our lives. But that's incredible, 121 games without a loss. And it was Dingleren, right, who had the 100-game record, which Magnus then went on to beat. And I think there's also Tivyakov who's got that record. But then Magnus said in an interview famously that Tibyakov's the tournaments in which Tivyakov had that record is probably not comparable to what Ding and Magnus are playing. All right, let's move on to our next tweet. And we had the world champion writing in with, I'll be joining for the first game starting in half an hour, then Karpov, then Fischer, then Tal for the fourth game. Yeah, I think chess24 just keeps on giving with the lineup that they have for us, not just in the tournaments and in terms of the players participating, but also the commentary that we've seen, the analysts that chess24 has put on board. I mean, I can't think of anywhere else where you've got world champions commenting, former world champions, the strongest female player in the history of the game, just coming together to commentate on an event. Fischer and Tal for the third and the fourth, that would have been the dream, but unfortunately not going to happen this time. But don't worry, like Sebastian told us, that there's a lot of stuff to look forward to in terms of the analysts coming on board for the next event as well. And we had Sarvanan writing in with, what a treat to have Anatoly Yevgenovich. What a mountain of a player, as thrilled to see him at chess24 as to meet him first in person at Sanginagar 94. For perspective, just morning was analyzing a Karpov masterpiece with Polga 94 Las Palmas. Yes, we had the 13th world champion yesterday. We had the 12th world champion, Anatoly Karpov, today. And it was an absolute honor to have him with us to commentate. And one could really see, I think, especially when it came to the end games that we saw these two play on, that how easy it was for him to come up with ideas and to explain them. So it was fantastic to have them. And I see that Judith is with us. So let's ask her. Judith, as mentioned in this, you played Karpov a couple of times. You played him in 2003 as well, in 94 as well. And Karpov's his style of play is known as this, like a boa constrictor, just where you can't breathe. And before you know it, your position collapses and he just constricts everything. When you were facing him as a young girl, what was your opinion about his style? And did you feel that as well?
Well, the game just started, so I'm going to tell something very short. He's an amazing player, and unfortunately, I had the experience against him to be tortured for like 7 hours and the drawish game to be lost at the end. But I have, of course, positive experiences with him also. But I think we should go for the game because it's too exciting.
Let's go for it. They continue their Grunfeld debate. The line also recommended by Peter Svidler in his video series is bishop g4, f3, and not knight a5, but bishop back to d7, which they played the other day. I'm not sure if they've deviated, but I recall wondering if h4 was a move. I think someone played it even. And this time around,
not in their games, no?
As usual, I can't recall. Probably Zasha knows all the details here. Of course, h4 nowadays.
Not really. It was this bishop g4, f3, bishop d7 line, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
I recall looking at this when Peter did his video series there. It looked fine, but that was a bit before they started playing h4 in every position. So I'm not sure if this is a new.
Okay, so e5, bishop d5. This is very typical reaction to e5. So white position looks very nice, of course. So I guess with black, what is Jan going to do? He's going to meet knight take d4 with queen g3 or something.
Took twice. Anish is thinking.
But even this is clearly better for white. I don't know what's his plan. Just take on b7. We will see now as Anish took on 4.
Does look like Anish did his homework, as usual.
Yeah.
Yeah, he seems to be pretty confident.
e5. Okay. Maybe knight e2 simply.
And then knight e7?
And then I thought bishop f4 might be strong.
Knight e2 plate.
So let's see.
Yeah, the bishop seems to be very powerful on d5.
Maybe black can play b6, and if bishop f4, queen e7, bishop g5,
Ooh.
bishop f6.
b6 plate.
Okay. What else?
Yeah, because for now white cannot move his queen from the pin because rook d5. That's why bishop f4, queen e7.
Now it's 5.
Very aggressive.
But yeah, now it doesn't look, after black has clarified situation in the center, it doesn't look so dangerous. Okay, h6, bishop f6.
Maybe he'll take on G6 and plays Queen E3, let's say.
No, it's possible. But I think main point of pushing this pawn is mostly to play H6, because I mean HG, it's hard to attack G6 after that.
But after H6, is it going to be a strong pawn or a weakness? Bishop E5, for example, also.
I think at first it's going to be strong, and then to be seen. Yeah, and he plays H6, bishop F6, bishop E3. He plays very weirdly.
What does he want?
I think maybe bishop E5 now, bishop F4, bishop F6. I would not rule it out completely.
What about playing knight E5? Yeah.
Yeah. I guess now maybe take and play rook C1. I think white is interested to exchange the queen as the rooks, because back rank, there will be some back rank issues potentially.
And this
so
is
now
play?
Maybe knight F. No. Knight F4.
Unless she kept the rook on the board.
Yeah. So maybe bishop D4, queen C2. That looks wrong. There is some knight F3, rook D5.
Knight F3. Yeah.
Oof.
What
takes
a terrible
E5,
move.
takes queen E3, king G2.
And knight F3 played. GF rook D5.
Then maybe some bishop H4 or something.
Giri took, so he's an exchange up, but has a very weak king. He has the two bishops.
The problem for black is that if bishop D7, there is queen C8. So, and if queen H6, queen G5. Yeah.
Queen G5 played.
It. And what?
And
after king F.
King F2, and he takes the pawn.
Well, black has two pawns for the exchange and the bishop pair. It's very dangerous.
Delroy the d-pawn has to save the day.
Actually, I'm not sure why black did not play bishop d7. Queen c7 was probably. And the h6 pawn had to be taken. So the king can. Because the back rank was the problem, right?
I guess queen h2 is a natural move now. Bishop h4, what is this? He wants king f1, queen e3. But white maybe can play knight g3, queen d2. So what to do now?
King
g2.
Well, huge trouble it seems for white.
Queen
but
f3.
Maybe not. Now knight g3. And actually maybe white is okay. King g7, queen c3 check is extremely important. And white wants to play d6, I guess. Queen g5, wow.
Wow.
So take king g7.
Queen e1, bishop g3.
And the rook is under attack.
But maybe it's a draw. Queen takes g3, queen c1, queen e5.
Maybe, and g6 next move.
Yeah, king f8.
g6.
This looks fine.
Is it a draw?
I don't know.
There's a question if this is the Armageddon. No, it's not. It's game number 1 of the 2-game Blitz tiebreak. If it's 1-1 after this, then we get an Armageddon.
So if Anish doesn't panic, he should make a draw. Should be. Also, I guess there is not much choice for him, so he should play.
This is exactly what's happening in the game now. On the board.
Here we are.
Actually, even rook c3 may be possible.
Sorry?
Oh, no. Yeah, rook c3 is possible also. King f1.
It's checkmate.
Ah, sorry. I was just counting on queen e1. No, then this is shaky.
Yeah, but why is he taking so long?
Then queen e1 should be the move, I think.
Giri down to 50 seconds.
I don't get it. What is he thinking about? Okay, he plays it.
He made it.
Here we are.
And black can insert queen d2, but
yeah, but even queen f2 is possible, maybe. I was wondering, but maybe it's not, because king f8, and after d6 you go queen g5.
Queen g5, queen g5 and king e8.
Yes. So he has to go after queen d2.
King h3, no?
Takes. And if king h6, anyway, d6.
Yeah, Jan took immediately. Queen e5.
Actually, it will be black who will have to look for the perpetual.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter too much.
King h6.
Yeah, this
d6.
Queen g5, queen d2.
Another draw in the making.
Draw number 5 this day. And the grid.
I wonder who will be black in Armageddon, because if Anish, then he might be on cloud number. Ah, no, it's cloud number 9 and game only number 7. Shit.
No, none of the players are too happy, I must say.
2.5, 2.5. Now Nepomniachtchi gets the white pieces. Still a chance to finish before the Armageddon. But if it's a draw...
Fight is going on. Game number 6 of today. So what do you think, Sasha, what Anatoly was telling that for him is so difficult, I think for most of the players, that it's absolutely not the same to play one game for 5 hours or 6 hours, but to play 5 games separately in 5 hours.
No, of course, it's much more energy consuming to play 5 games. I mean, the average intensity is much higher in rapid games, because in classical...
Psychologically, no, it's really difficult how to handle a blunder or anything if something extreme things happen in the game.
I don't know. I don't know, because like when you play classical, each game is like a little life, so you feel like dying if you lose. And here it's a little, you know, less emotions attached to a single game, but you know, it's just the quantity takes over when you play 5, 6 games. It's of course you get tired much more.
Yeah. Actually, Karpov was also the player who actually matching with your time travels also, I think. When I was playing with him, he was the other player who was always in time travel. And for him, it was a great success, a great opportunity to play incredibly well again when they added the Fischer clock.
Yeah,
Because
sure.
he had huge problems by then, controlling the time travel issues for him.
But in his youth, he was extremely fast.
Yeah.
Prior to his matches against Kasparov, he was extremely fast.
Why do you think that he went into the time travel era in his career?
No, okay, first of all, age, of course, but also I think he never met same level of opposition before he started playing Kasparov. I mean, he was always pretty much always stronger than his opponent.
All right, Tanya's with us. Tanya, what is going on?
Jan, we are about to have liftoff of the second game of Blitz, but while the first one was on and you guys were going through it, I did have a check with the engine to see what was the exact evaluation of the position. The engine was very happy with the way Jan played, especially the way he sacrificed his exchange with knight f3. And I think the critical moment was on move 31 when Jan decided to go bishop h4. And of course, these are all lines that are checked by engine and very difficult to find over the board. But on move 31 after queen c8, here playing bishop h4 was the big mistake by Jan Nepomniachtchi and gives away the advantage completely. The correct way to continue here is to go queen h2 check. If the king goes to f1, black simply has to maintain the two bishops by playing king f8. And it's got a very deadly threat of playing bishop h4. For example, if you go rook c4 or rook d1 threatening d6, bishop h4 is absolutely lethal. The computer gives a line like rook e1 instead of rook d1, with a really pretty defense that after bishop h4, white has a resource of knight g3. But even after rook e1, the computer is very happy with black's position. Simply says black goes back bishop e7 instead of bishop h4 there, maintains his initiative. White's king is just too weak, and black simply advances the h5, h4 pawn next. Very difficult kind of chess to play when you're down on minutes. And like I said, this was just checked by the engine. Just wanted to show you guys where things could have been where it could have gone differently. Now we are about to start game 2. So over to you guys, and let's see what happens this time.
Let's go. Another Berlin.
I'm not surprised that black had a great opportunity in game 1. I mean, that looked pretty fishy from white side. And after all, and the bishop pair, even if it's passive, one of the bishop, I mean, the black square bishop was a killer.
I just have a feeling this will be another rookie 1 Berlin draw. And Armageddon is coming.
Well, the Armageddon is cooking already in the oven, I think, yeah.
We're waiting.
Yeah, predict rook e1 or knight f3, d5, e3. Let's see.
If he wants to end it right here, right now. The secret weapon.
Because yesterday he saw that Anish is not, a piece of cake in Armageddon. So
there he is. E4. And the Scotch.
Scotch.
Wow.
And it will be
Okay,
some crazy line.
Yeah. I studied this line. I think queen e6 I liked, as Kramnik used to play, but a5 also very typical move. Anish knows.
a5 or queen e6? Which
Queen e6 was the main move, I thought, but a5 is also possible.
Yeah, but it's amazingly tactical here.
These positions are so strange. Maybe that's what Jan is banking on, that since it's so weird, he will feel more at home than Anish.
Yeah. If Anish doesn't remember, then I like Jan's chances. knight d2, so what to do now? Knight
I was
b6.
playing these kind of structures with white, but it was no h4 in those times when I played it.
h5? What is it for? It's like
Rook
we should...
h4. Rook h4, protecting the c4. It's not that you have to for the moment, but it can be.
h6.
Vamos. But I think there should be a name introduced for the A pawn as well, because H is Harry, A should be something.
Took.
I don't like
I was
modern
just
chess.
wondering.
You don't have any pieces developed, and your priority is h4, h5, h6.
And computer seems to like white position.
It's an alpha zero kind of thing.
That's the problem. It's the computer's fault.
You know, I figured out that I have the feeling that in the last 5-10 years, intuition is starting to disappear in opening preparation. How do you see, Jan and Sasha?
Okay, there is a lot of intuition needed to predict what your opponent is going to play, because it's impossible to prepare against everything.
But I mean that in your preparation, when you're doing, before, I remember when I was a kid and even teenager, later also, when we choose an opening, started to look at all kind of alternatives, you think that, okay, no, this cannot be good, right? And nowadays, I don't think there is a sentence like this from a top player that if there is a suggestion, crazy suggestion or crazy looking suggestion by a computer, that you would say that, no, this cannot be good. But there's
but because the suggestion is coming from someone who is much, much stronger than you are. So that's the problem. You just have to take it seriously.
What's going on here?
f4, f6. He's trying
G4.
to.
And now 94? What, 94 with knight c5 threat? Maybe he wants... I don't know what he's going to do.
Yeah, but then he will give up that bishop. Fe, knight c5, queen e7, knight a6. Actually, maybe takes and queen f7.
Yeah, maybe.
F4. No, I would take ef4.
Oh, sorry.
But maybe queen d2, maybe my king is actually better than black. Then,
and you take with the king.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So far, a fantastic game by Nepomniachtchi. So let's see if Anish manages to find some tricks at least.
Queen f5 takes ef.
Okay, so the it's important that the a5 pawn is protected, and also knight cannot come back to c5. So queen f5 was a good move.
Yeah. But, okay, I don't know. Queen c2 is also an option.
But you know, I'm not sure that after queen f5, I couldn't play g4. Maybe g4 was very powerful. Force queen f4 check and king b1.
But then bishop b7.
Bishop g2.
But you're not
okay, but I didn't lose a bishop. I don't know.
Well, the b7 bishop, I don't know if we can call it a bishop.
Okay, I still prefer to have it.
Well, but next move, queen e1 and stuff like that. Okay, let's see what's going on here.
Yeah, too much action. Queen d3 played, takes.
Okay, so Jan is having double the time and one extra piece.
So now what? King a3 or queen c3?
Or queen c3.
Yeah, one of those. But now c5. C5. What about c5? Or king? Yeah, c5.
King b7 is also
Or
possible.
king b7. But
King
c5
b7,
is even.
c5, knight d5.
Yeah, that's what he plays. I don't know. It now seems like black. I don't like this exchange of queens.
He didn't, he went takes and takes on h6.
Okay, so c5 now, what's happening? What?
Yeah, this is on the board. What an action in this game.
I don't know, there is a crazy move, rook d5. No, it's better.
Maybe, what
Never
about
mind.
rook, knight c7 and rook d6? Does it make sense?
No, of course, but it's not the end of the world. I mean, I thought black is just going to lose without any chances, and now, okay, he's slightly
no, but
worse.
this was better for white.
Equal
And
points.
e2, bishop f3. If
Okay.
black is allowing it, probably shouldn't.
Maybe rook e8.
Rook f7,
Yes.
and pawn is taken in the next move.
Yeah, but even this some chances for a draw. But yeah, black should not play like this. Maybe after all he has to allow this bishop to e2 and
Yeah, rook
f3,
f8.
and then f8. So I guess bishop e2 will be played. d6 I don't like at all. Why did he play d6?
But rook d6. He didn't take rook takes d6?
Yes.
Wow.
But d6 overall I don't like. I think black should have went for some c6 setup with c6 and king c7. You cannot just give away all the white squares.
But rook
No,
d6
but this-
is a big one, no?
This d6
Wins.
was, and that Jan didn't take it, it shows that how stressful they are.
Yeah, but I think he is now in full control even without it. Yeah, but of course, rook take d6 is pretty much game over. Yeah?
Well, it's definitely not easy with black.
Anish also way behind on the clock.
And very
Very tough.
unhappy with his position.
Yeah. But he has no moves. He has, okay, just a3 now, even whatever.
But to take the pawn on f4.
Rook e5 was his trick.
Trick. He will have one
You
check.
have
Yeah,
six?
3. Okay.
a4, trying to exchange some pawns.
Ooh. Pawn on c7, that hurts.
c5, b4. Takes. Or rook c7 immediately is a checkmate. Looks like checkmate. Yeah.
No, I guess rook e3 check, and then maybe rook take f3.
He does take on c7.
No, but there is no need. There is no need to take on c7, right?
He did it.
No,
He
but
needs
he
no
did,
need.
does it.
Ah.
Rook e3, king b2. Rook f3 looks forced.
Or rook g2. Doesn't matter.
Gf, ba. Okay, it's just lost, no?
Of course.
Rook g7. Oh, rook b3.
Well, we're not going to see Armageddon.
Unlikely.
Rook c7.
It seems. Knight a7 only move, rook b7, knight c6.
As Alexander said the other day, everyone's a hero in such positions. This is it.
Okay, bravo, bravo, Jan. But also very well played, Anish. Great match.
Great match. Great match. Yeah. Great match.
Do we have a rest day tomorrow or not?
Generally, I never expect any rest days ever, but I am sure we will be informed.
It was not an easy game or match for either player.
Oof. I feel bad for Anish. He had his big comeback yesterday and today. It felt like he was close at quite some points. Still, Jan Nepomniachtchi did deserve it with his defense in this very nice game.
Yeah, it was a good opening chess by him. I think that was important.
We'll have a fun finals, no? Jan Nepomniachtchi, when he brings his A game, he's dangerous for anybody. And speaking of Jan Nepomniachtchi, I can see he is joining the call. Jan, congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's hand it over to Tanya for questioning. That was intense.
Yes.
And congratulations on winning that match and taking it to the finals. First feelings after that epic battle that you had in the semis?
Well, I have actually no feelings. I'm just very tired, and I really wanted yesterday's match to go in a different way. And especially I had like strong faith after second game, which I won with black. I thought like, okay, it's almost done. Just don't screw like, don't do something silly. And of course I played a drawish line and started to play it for a win, and quickly got a worse position. And then even in the end there was a few chances to make a draw, but the whole game went wrong for me, obviously. So. Well, of course, I'm very pleased to make it to the finals, but some bad news for me that tomorrow there is no extra rest day, and I mean, okay, it'll better, later than never, but okay. And anyway, I think it's a great achievement because the field is very strong, and qualifying to the finals is really good.
And you absolutely deserve it. You've played amazingly in the entire event. Does it also make it a little more annoying that Magnus, in fact, did get a rest day today, a much needed rest day in this brutal format?
Well, it's only my problem. So I think I had all the chances to make it to let's say, finish the match yesterday. Like I had 3 chances. I think only game where I was actually outplayed was like second Blitz game. I got tricked with this knight d4. Amazing stuff like bishop f4, e5, knight d4. This of course wasn't expected. And then okay, I think I had some good chances in the Armageddon and so on and so on. So well, I think that's only my bad. I didn't manage to, let's say, win in 2 matches. And to tell the truth, today I played just so badly. That's the only way to win, and you just play badly and you do not have for anything. I think I was in some kind of trouble in every game. I mean, maybe besides game 2, where I was like clearly better, but then okay, I let the advantage go. But I mean, the first game, of course, I mixed up move order. Instead of bishop d6, played knight f6 and got just a worse position. Game 3, indeed, I think it was lost at some point. But once I found that trick with making him push his bishop on b7, I think it's not so simple practically, let's say. So there are some hopes for me. And okay, even in the last rapid game, I just mixed up things so badly, and I let him go f5, f4, and so on. Instead of making g3, f4 myself, I played first h3. Like, I mean, okay, I was doing literally everything wrong. Okay, maybe not everything. I was trying not to lose, but somehow I felt like maybe this time Blitz should go better for me, because games were not that tense in rapid chess, and I feel like I had some more energy than normally after these 4 rapid games, especially when you trade some blows. So okay, 4 draws was more or less calm, and in general, I consider myself like a favorite in the Blitz section against Anish, but I could never prove it before, and I'm happy that at least today it worked pretty good.
Why do you say that you consider, or you are considered a favorite against Anish in Blitz?
Because I play a lot of internet Blitz, and I think my internet Blitz rating is like 200 points higher.
Fair enough.
No, I mean, okay, it's like 5+3. It's not the usual stuff. Like it's nothing like 3+0, which is played everywhere. But I mean, okay, I'm very happy I made it to the finals. But actually, I wanted it to happen in a little bit different way. But okay, whatever. What done is done. I shouldn't be the champion of, as Sasha would say, the champion of excuses or whines. Yeah, like me and Svidler. So it looks like I finally won it, and now I start whining about everything. So that's very wrong.
Yeah, and I think for all of us, the Blitz games were very thrilling, much more actually compared to how things went in the Rapid. Can you take us through some of the critical moments in both these Blitz games?
Yeah, sure, why not? So the first game, it was Grünfeld. I think, okay, I didn't prepare this line. I only prepared it slightly for Boris. And even against Boris, I mixed up something there. So here, I think h4 is very critical. Is one of the best moves in the position, like rook c1 and h4. And this is more or less looks like the typical b6 line, but with another bishop. Our bishop is now on e8, not on b7. I think, okay, black should play very precise not to get into trouble here, but well, I thought like e5 is nice, but then I'm not so sure. Like e5, of course, if d5, the black is fine, like knight e5, bishop d3, c4, and then okay, b6, knight b7, knight d6, some typical play, and since I close the center, this position is acceptable for me. Okay, also I can try h5 at some point, yeah, not to allow you like to go h5, not to allow white to play h5. So this was very critical, and of course bishop d5 is a strong move. And here I wasn't sure, like there is some pin onto d file, but I'm not sure if maybe I played it wrong. Like maybe I should have played queen e7 instead of queen e5. Maybe queen e5 is a mistake actually. So just queen e7 and bishop g5. Then okay, then I did the same stuff like bishop f6, and I think so. If some kind of rook b7 is not going to work, I think rook b7 and bishop g5 or something, yeah, is decent. So it looks very tricky, but I think it should be all right for me. I think it should be all right, but well, of course, after queen e5, knight e2, it's just very passive, just much worse. I think I'm lucky to find this b6 move, which is not losing by force, and I have a very simple plan here. And I think after h5, rook c8, maybe I thought like the worst is already, let's say, ahead, the worst part, because well, at least I'm not going to lose a piece or an exchange, so I should be relatively happy about it. And then, okay, I think I had a good chance in this game, but it was like very tricky. So I think I calculated this line until let's say bishop e5, but then okay, it turns out that okay, in queen's endgame, this queen e5 extra check, I have no time to put my queen in front of the pawn to blockade. So here I think it was like queen h2, then king f8. I checked what the computer say, king f8, and okay, this is just better for black, of course, yeah. But also, I mean, very tricky. It's like it's a mutual time trouble, and you know, the pawn is fast, perhaps. Yeah, and we ended this in a draw, and then okay, I just decided to go like in the Blitz game. I decided to go more or less all out.
Before we move to game two, the computers really liked your exchange sacrifice when you went knight f3 and you went rook d5.
No, but it's a blunder. It's a blunder. I think you just blundered this knight f3. I think white blundered. Yeah.
So at this moment, how were you? Did you think that you had an advantage here? What was your
No, of course. I just no, of course I thought, but I mean, okay, this first of all, I missed Queen E1. So Queen E1, I had like in the worst case, I just go to the Queen's endgame, but Queen's endgame is never better for me, unfortunately. So if not Queen E1, I think White is going to lose this. Like Queen B8, and okay, then I just take on C1, and everything is hanging. But fortunately for White, like Queen E1 is the way to protect everything, like literally everything, and I have like no reasons to play on anymore. So I mean, even here, like 94 in Blitz, it could become tricky. 94, then D6, but even after Queen C1. But I mean, okay, if we remain serious, of course this should be winning. But Queen E1 is just a draw.
Right. All right. And Jan, with this game where you had an advantage, ending in a draw game, going into game 2, were you upset about the way the game 1 went, or there was no time to think about it and you just wanted to get on with the next game?
Well, I just was planning to be very upset and let's say to punch walls for nothing, yeah. But instead, I used like this 5 minutes break to repeat this H4 line, because H4 line, I mean, it's very tricky. So basically, I think it's worse. It's somewhat worse for White, but you know, if your opponent is not expecting this, it's hard to, let's say, react properly. So I mean, I think Queen E6 is the main move. Queen E6, Knight D2, and here A5. Maybe Anish mixed up something here, because I think, yeah, Knight D2, A5, and this is where all the theory begins, like C4, and a lot of moves, like Knight goes anywhere basically. But in case of Bishop A6, I think like I have somewhat improved version. I'm not so sure if it's really improved, but I felt like this, yeah. So I also think we played once in 2017. I played H4 against Anish, and he played more or less the same way, like A5, Bishop A6, which is actually also pretty nice. But then, I mean, okay, it's like very simple play for White, like H5, H6, creating some weaknesses, and then finishing the development. And then I think that it was very important to find this Knight E4, Knight C5 idea, because that's probably this is one of the few ways to use some tactics. I don't know what would happen actually. Maybe he could play D6 here, but I think this is like very questionable. I can even try takes on F6, and in case of Bishop H8, well, I wasn't sure. I thought like it should be much better for me. Maybe even Rook takes H6 at some point makes some sense here. Then okay, then in the end you take on H7, or maybe you play G3. And I mean, okay, this is of course unnecessary. This is completely unnecessary. Like if Knight D7 and Bishop H3, but I think this is just shouldn't be taken too seriously. Yeah, but yep, and well, he played in an interesting way. I wasn't sure if I can keep the piece alive, but I didn't see the way. I wonder what's the evaluation by the computer here, but I felt like okay, this ending.
Your position here and was suggesting King A3 instead of Queen C3 and just followed by C5, and that keeps the piece.
just to keep. Okay, this is too much.
Yeah.
No, this is I would never play obviously, because okay, Knight on E6, I can't see how they improve this knight. But I mean, okay, in rapid game perhaps, but in Blitz game I thought like okay, at least I saw this trick, like you cannot take on A6 immediately because of C5 check. So I just traded, and after C5, yeah, you cannot take because of C5 check. And after C5, I think like this is kind of unpleasant for Black actually. So I just take on H7, then I didn't see the way actually to prevent my bishop going to F3. So maybe he should have tried something like D5, but D5 is very like double-edged. Maybe it's just losing, like the same reason Bishop E2, Bishop F3. And I felt like once we got to this position, like Rook G8, when it's or Rook F8, what did he do? Then it's stabilized. This is like very typical.
At this moment, Rook D6?
Rook D6. No, I didn't see that, obviously.
Okay.
No, but I mean, I was so pleased my bishop is finally going to F3. I didn't care about anything else. So I felt like, okay, this is surely the right thing to do. I just move my bishop and then Rook E1. And this is, I mean, just the ultimate free roll, I would say, for White. Like I have two rooks, and I think he cannot really prevent me from reaching 7th rank. So Knight C8, Rook C6, and Rook G6, Rook G7, and I think this is like very questionable. Unfortunately, he went for this A4, but A4 is just losing. I mean, A4 Rook H7, I think it's just I don't know if it's correct to quote, but as they say in tennis, it's game, set, and match. Yeah, like Rook E3, Rook F3 is the only way not to get mated, but I mean, with this knight on C8, you can never hope for some proper counterplay. And I mean, okay, the rest was simple enough for me, at least. Here, first time for today's match, I felt like myself very comfortable, like it is coming.
That's kind of good to hear right before your match against Magnus in the final. No, it's a good time to feel confident. It also, Jan, it also felt like this was playing against Anish. In the past, we've seen in this entire tour that your positions have been questionable regardless of the result. But today, like you said, you felt more in control of not just the result but also the way you were playing.
No, I mean, okay. First of all, I was playing maybe not poorly, but I was getting like the wrong positions, and this d5 bishop f5. Well, probably this is one of the ways to fight for equality, but it didn't work out too well for me in this match. So, well, I'm not sure what to say. So
Okay.
the level, of course, was low, and especially this. Okay, you show me this d6 rook takes d6, just a pawn for free, and I didn't take it. I mean, this says it all, yeah, about okay, my level here. But,
no, but I mean, you had bishop f3, and that was your idea, so you just went for it. So I think...
No, but I mean, of course, like rook d6. I mean, no matter what idea you have, like the opponent hangs your pawn, and you should just what's wrong? What's wrong with taking a pawn and playing the same position, but even more winning than before? So,
fair enough.
I mean, I probably won't see this in my nightmares since I won anyway. But I mean, okay.
The way yesterday went with the Armageddon not going your way, Jan, we saw on the screen how frustrated and upset you were with that. Was that extra motivation coming in today to kind of win this, and how did you recover from that?
Well, actually, I had a lot of sources of extra motivation. So first of all, I played I lost a +3 position in Armageddon. I mean, like, I remember this brilliantly, so I felt like, okay, if is sure is something wrong, I'm like absolutely sure there's something wrong, but I didn't see why. And I saw like rook c3, rook e3, or rook g6, especially rook g6, like 3 moves, like with some super comfortable positions, surely an advantage, an extra pawn. And then I said, okay, but f3 should be all right. Come on, f3 should be all right. And then, okay, at first after I played f3, I noted this queen f4 idea, and I don't have time to unpin. What is even worse for me, there is like 0 ideas to play on with white. So, okay, my plan B was for today, if I make all the draws, finally I'll pick a black in the Armageddon and see what happens. Because I picked white all the time, or I was giving white all the time. This was the case. Only except Armageddon against Kramnik. Yeah, and of course, like I think my greatest achievement of yesterday is that I didn't crush, let's say, my house, because I was close to like break a lot of things, but I went outside, I got some whiskey, and probably that helped me a lot, because otherwise it was really hard to deal with, like very, very stupid way of losing the match, incredibly stupid way.
Yeah, we could see the anger at the end of that. Now when
the
Sasha,
the tilt was real, as they say. The tilt was real.
Indeed, and and today when we had Sasha and Magnus join the show, they dropped a bomb saying that an Anish-Jan matchup is a bit of a grudge match, especially from your side. Any accuracy to that?
What does it mean? I mean, grudge match.
A grudge match where perhaps that you want to try extra hard to beat Anish, or just something where you are, I don't know, just an equation that's not very comfortable with Anish. Is there any truth?
No, I think it's. I think that there is nothing. This is just, I mean, a semi-final match and a tiebreaker match, because it was 1-1 since I lost yesterday. So, well, I mean, of course, there is always pissing and making you mad and tilted when you lose, especially in the not such a logical way, I would say. But I mean, I shouldn't. I don't think we should care too much about, let's say, the logic, the correct play, and so on, in case when we are playing like for so many days in a row without any rest. And I'm not sure about the finals, but I feel like it will only get worse.
And talking about the finals, Jan, just your thoughts about playing Magnus tomorrow?
I have no idea. I should have some rest before. First of all, because this was like, okay, the reg bet section was a little bit smooth comparing with the normal one, especially comparing with this 130 move game in day one. Yeah, so it was like more smooth, more fast. But in general, well, I feel like we had not such a great match from both sides in the preliminary, in the round robin section. Yes, so it's hard to predict. I didn't really see his games. I mean, of course, clearly he's should be in quite in a decent shape since he's winning like all his matches. Some of them are on a tiebreak, but okay, this doesn't really matter. So of course it's very challenging, and I mean, for me it's still the only chance to qualify for the final four. So that's why, of course, I'm going to fight for a win. But I mean, the opponent is probably the strongest one, which is not surprising within this field.
Fair enough. And last final question, Jan. Preparation for tomorrow begins later tonight, or you're going to take it up tomorrow?
No preparation. I mean, preparation does nothing in the end. When you can take on d6 like in this position, okay, preparation just gives you nothing. The preparation is to sleep well.
All right, and Sasha and Judith, any questions for Jan before we let him go and get his rest?
No questions, just congratulations, Jan, and I wanted to say that last game was great. Especially this h4, h5, h6, and this 94, 95.
And then, you know, they say that it was like all Alpha Zero, like Alpha Zero plays like this. Okay, this was probably the Alpha Zero level of play finally for 3 moves in a row. Thank you.
I also just want to congratulate you, and I think you did a great job. Extremely big tension, and exactly when you didn't capture on d6, I said it on live stream that, well, this says it all, what kind of psychological pressure you guys have when playing all day.
But you know, I'm now thinking that maybe it's correct not to take on d6 because you know, black has no open files, and I control h file, I control e file, and you cannot really activate your second rook. It would be like more annoying.
But I think it happens, these kind of things. Once I played against Anatoly Karpov, and he had a great positional advantage against me, and he just simply didn't grab a pawn because he knew what his plan was. So this resembles that game that you just wanted to have your bishop on f3, playing fast, having your rooks on the sevens.
No, I could see nothing except my bishop like finally launching on f3, and I just wanted, let's say, to praise that moment.
But I think you played great the game before. I mean, you spotted out the exchange sacrifice. You couldn't have.
I think it was very simple. Like it was like a pin on d file, a pin on e file, and I really expected him to blunder something, but I couldn't believe my. You know, as Polugayevsky said, I can't believe my glasses. Yeah, because he wasn't so good with English.
You have to be very sharp, and you had a very long day. So I just want to wish you good luck for tomorrow and a good rest.
Thank you. That's very kind. Thank you.
Congratulations, Jan, and thank you for providing all that chess entertainment to the fans as well. It was an epic fight. Well done. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you.
Thank you. Judith, that was a very, very exciting day of chess we had, and truly a tremendous semi-final between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Anish Giri, both showing world-class chess. In the end, we had Jan on the top and booking his spot in the final. Judith, your thoughts and your wrap-up thoughts for today with this match?
Well, I think more or less Jan was very nice to us, that he explained it pretty much detailed today's match. And I think he did a great job, though Anish, I think he was kind of had the upper hand in the first 4 games. And he just simply didn't take his chances. And I think at the end of the day, he probably regretted some of the chances he had and he misplayed. He played a little bit passive in crucial positions, I believe. And he was not sure about himself, how solid he should be doing, how much is he really want to go on the Blitz games already or not. So this is what I felt with him, that maybe he was not sure about his strategy. But of course, when you play against one of the top players in the world, and Jan is an extremely creative player also, then it's much easier to say advices from the commentary booth, right? So I think the congratulation goes for Anish also. Of course, he doesn't have too good feelings today about this, but it was a great performance by him also to reach the semifinals. And of course, for Jan, how to recover for the next day against the world champion, it will be a big challenge, but I think he has his drive to do so, and I'm sure he's going to think about his strategy and what to do against Magnus. And he knows it exactly, that is the most difficult thing in the world in chess, to challenge tomorrow Magnus, especially that Magnus was joining us and he had the rest today, while Jan was really sweating and struggling today, but eventually he won the match, which actually gives him, of course, energy as well, apart from being very tired.
Thank you so much for that, Judith. And you're absolutely right that congratulations to Jan for making it to the finals, but what an amazing show of chess that was. And also congratulations to Anish Giri for putting up such a great fight, making that big comeback yesterday in set 2 of these semifinals. Thank you to both these players for all the entertainment that gave us. Let's say goodbye to Judith. We look forward to having you tomorrow with all your insights again. Thank you for today.
Bye. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Bye, Judith. Wow, what a day that was. And Jan Nepomniachtchi books his spot in the finals and will be facing world champion Magnus Carlsen starting tomorrow. The two are going to play a best of 3. It's the first to win 2 sets. Each match will again consist of 4 rapid games, 15 minutes plus 10 seconds, going into 2 Blitz game in case of a tie. And if that's still a tie, it goes into the Armageddon. So the same format as the semifinals follows into the finals. I think this is going to be an epic matchup because these two players are clearly the ones who have shown the best chess. Let's also not forget what happened in the qualifiers. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen both booked their spots in the semis way before anyone else did. There was such a big margin between their score gaps. And yes, some very exciting news. The action with Anish has not, he's still going to be joining us. There, we've got a banter blitz coming up with Anish at 9 p.m. Central Time today. And I'm sure Anish is going to be looking at venting out everything that happened today on the board with Jan, with all you premium members. So be aware. But yes, if you want to challenge one of the best players in the world who's shown absolute class in this entire event, and what a semifinal he played, consider going premium and you can challenge the one and only, the people's favorite, Anish Giri. And also the final announcement is, yes, don't forget to sign up for the Simul by one of our legends, Peter Swidler. He will be playing on 7th August and you can guarantee your spot by either buying or extending to a 2-year membership using the code SIMUL2 today. It's a guaranteed spot. There's no lucky draw. There's no picking and choosing. You extend your membership and you get to play against Peter Swidler. With that, it's a wrap from us here in the broadcast for the Legends of Chess for today. We'll see you tomorrow for a very exciting final with Jan Nepomniachtchi up against the world champion Magnus Carlsen. Thank you.
Go for a hike in the woods, preferably off trail to make the trip even more stimulating for your brain. Nature walks can also reduce stress.
As the world entered an unprecedented crisis, chess24 quickly created the first of its kind online chess tour. Working from Monday to Monday, we brought together the best players in the world for the largest online prize fund ever. Broadcast live in 10 languages, the tour innovated and filled the void created by the lack of in-person play, reaching more people worldwide than any chess event, live or online, ever. As the first season approaches its conclusion, we want to thank you for supporting Chess24 by going premium. Whether because you want to improve your chess by perusing our vast library of content available only to premium members, or just to say thank you for all the fun we've had. We appreciate the support as we strive to entertain chess fans around the globe and expand the reach of the royal game.